What the hell is going on?
The weather is super fantastic is what is going on, so let's drop everything else because this is the part of the news that really affects you, personally. Britain is set for the warmest weekend of the year so far, with expected temperatures of up to, and not including, 18 degrees centigrade. That's more than twice as high than the average for February. And to put that in proper temperatures, you double it and add 32. So double 18 is... it's like 38, and 38 and 32 is like 30, there's like 90. It's going to be 90 degrees this weekend. Can you believe that?
No.
Experts say that there's going to be plenty of sunshine through to Sunday as an area of high pressure continues to dominate the UK. And for listeners in the northwest, sunshine is the thing, the bright yellow thing in the sky. It's round. Don't look directly at the bright yellow thing. Met Office Chief Meteorologist Steve said we could see temperatures almost 10 degrees higher than what we might normally expect at this time of year, so there will certainly be a spring-like feel in the air across the country. Boing. He said northwestern parts of the UK will be wet and windy at times, and that means you, Glasgow.
Oh,
no. Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. Let me just check while you wait. Because it would seem to be particularly unfair if the rest of the country is sizzling, that Glasgow would once again be being rained on. So I'll just check while you wait. Tonight, no rain. Well, yeah, no rain tonight. You get a whole night without rain. Tomorrow, of course, it will be raining. And on Sunday, cloudy. Monday, cloudy. Tuesday, cloudy. Wednesday, cloudy. Thursday, cloudy. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the following week, raining. Oh, well, never mind. You don't have anything to wear when the sun shines anyway, right? This expert said that northwestern parts of the UK will be wet and windy at times. But, and there is a big, giant but, settled conditions will spread to all parts of the country by Sunday. That was the cloudy part. It won't actually be raining, but it'll still be cloudy. A little bit of sunshine every now and again, if you're lucky. And you know what? It's all thanks to global warming.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Marco from the Met Office has said over the next few days temperatures of 17 or 18 centigrade are certainly not out of the question in quite a few areas. Which seems a bit vague. Not out of the question. What is it? Is it going to happen or not? He said, we're expecting it to be slightly cooler on Sunday and Monday. But predictions for next week show a chance of the weather warming up again due to a change in wind direction, because it's coming up from Africa and going through Europe. And I know what you're thinking. Why can't the wind just stay in the first country it arrives in? Average temperatures for England in February so far stand at 9 centigrade this year against the normal average of 7 centigrade. And while that doesn't sound like a great difference, it does mean that this month is the 9th warmest February since records began in 1910, whenever that was. But don't worry, that scientists say this is a small indication of the sort of thing that we can expect from climate change, and that a small uptick in temperature here means a huge change in the climate elsewhere, and that could lead to mass migration and natural disasters, the likes of which we've never seen. We can ignore those warnings because scientists got something wrong once, so now we can ignore all scientists' declarations on any subject unless we're ill. When those naysayers give themselves over to science completely. They particularly like the machine that goes ping. Well, that was an odd last story in the news. Two of Germany's most famous car companies have agreed to work together on new technology. BMW and Daimler, which owns Mercedes-Benz, have invested more than £800 million in the joint venture, which is going to look into bookable parking spaces and how car sharing could work in the future, as well as other such futurology. £800 million. Well, that sounds like a lot of money, but not to those people. That's nothing. That's spare change. That's the kind of money that they find in the ashtray of one of their cars, £800 million. BMW and Daimler would spend £800 million designing a new indicator stalk. That's not investing in the future. That's rubbish, that is. Anyway, there is we're embarking on a glorious new future in this country, a glorious new political future. Isn't it exciting?
No.
We've got a new political party. And no, it isn't exciting because we know who they are and what they don't believe in, but we don't really know what they do believe in, apart from not liking Jeremy Corbyn. So I went on their website to see what they're about. I actually did some research. Can you believe that?
Negative.
They are called the Independent Group, which is a particularly bad name because it makes them sound like they're part of an ailing newspaper business. I mean, why not go the whole hog and call themselves the Dodo Party? So according to their website, which was presumably written by at least one of them, but we don't know which one, because they don't have a leader yet, they say, ours is a great country of which people are rightly proud, where the first duty of government must be to defend its people and do whatever it takes to safeguard Britain's national security. National security they're on about now. Well, fortunately, we've got that covered. Because that very scary Defence Minister, Gavin Williamson, is in charge of our security.
Oh, no.
Well, we've just got these spiffy new F-35 planes that swoop and soar. Oh, they're just fab. And they're going to sail a big boat right up the China Sea. That'll make President Xi's eyes water. And when Vladimir Putin gets a look at those tractors we're going to mount rockets on the top of, and the weaponised dairy herds that we've got in the pipeline, we'll be fit to burst. So our security is in good hands. You can relax, everybody. What else have they got? On the Independent Group's website, they say, Britain works best as a diverse, mixed social market economy in which well-regulated private enterprise can reward aspiration and drive economic progress, and where government has the responsibility to ensure the sound stewardship of the taxpayers' money and a stable, fair and balanced economy. Did you follow that?
No.
Way too many words. What are they talking about? Let's see if we can get that into a slogan that we could fit on the side of a bus. How about Make Britain Great Again? Good grief. I wonder if the person who wrote that understands what that means. It looks like the kind of question that you'd get on a university finals exam paper. They say a strong economy means we can invest in our public services. We believe the collective provision of public services and the NHS can be delivered through government action, improving health and educational life chances, protecting the public, safeguarding the vulnerable, ensuring dignity at every stage of life, and placing individuals at the heart of decision-making. Wow! I feel like I want to stand up when I read that. Individuals at the heart of decision-making, however, I'm raising a finger of complaint. Because that's what got us into this mess in the first place. We're the last people who should have a part in our country's decision-making. That's what we pay that lot for. They're supposed to be smarter than us, and we pay them to decide things on our behalf, so please stop asking us what we want. Because we want whatever we read on Facebook last. They say the people of this country have the ability to create fairer, more prosperous communities for present and future generations. We believe that this creativity is best realised in a society which fosters individual freedom and supports all families, which is very vague. Just like, and it sounds a lot like the second one. Are they out of ideas already? They should have just played the national anthem. We love our country. 0345. That is one of the most beautiful renditions of that beautiful song I have ever heard. My ears are bleeding. Patriotically.
I'll tell you because I don't know myself.
Which is pretty much the slogan of the new political party. We have no idea what we're for, but we know what we don't like. Actually, they do know what they're for. So far, going through their, it's not really a manifesto, but going through their website, they like our country, they like the NHS, and they like democracy. So far, so controversial. They said the barriers of poverty, prejudice and discrimination facing individuals should be removed. An advancement occur on the basis of merit, with inequalities reduced through the extension of opportunity, giving individuals the skills and means to open new doors and fulfill their ambitions. They're going to teach us how to open doors. It's all very waffly and vague, ain't it? Which means that it's exactly like a manifesto. We want the future to be great. Again. And they are definitely repeating themselves. Everyone should have the chance to be everything that they can be. Which is the slogan of a Coca-Cola ad, isn't it? Or is it the American Army? They say individuals are capable of taking responsibility if opportunities are offered to them. Everybody can and should make a contribution to society, and that contribution should be recognised. Paid work should be secure and pay should be fair. Well, good luck with that. Because the tech giants have taken over the world, and the richest people who ever lived aren't interested in paying a fair wage, because they would rather keep all the money that they're draining out of society for themselves and buy rocket ships and sunglasses, and every now and again flickers 10 pence and call it philanthropy. And as they've got so big that countries are actually fighting each other to host them, so that what little tax they pay is paid in their country, see Ireland, there's not much we can do about it until the entire human race gets less greedy and acts together in the interests of all of us and stands up to these multinational giants. And is there any chance of that happening soon?
No.
No chance. They say our free media, the rule of law, and our open, tolerant and respectful democratic society should be cherished and renewed. Renewed? Do they mean revered? Is that a typo? Why does it need to be renewed? They said, we believe in our parliamentary democracy in which our elected representatives deliberate, decide and provide leadership. Show up on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, get drunk and harumph. They should be held accountable by the whole electorate, and that is the best system of representing the views of the British people. And that's right. And the absolute worst way of representing the views of the British people is asking us to decide on a matter of huge importance and great complexity, armed with no facts and a head full of lies. Unless that's a controversial thing to say. They say, in order to face the challenges and opportunities presented by globalization, migration and technological advances, we believe the multilateral international rules-based order must be strengthened and reformed. We believe, it must be strengthened and reformed. You can't strengthen something and then reform it. Reform it first, then strengthen it. You don't want to make something, if you're trying to bend something, you don't want to make it harder before you bend it. Bend it first, then make it hard. And by the way,
Warning!
Don't Google that phrase. They say, God, there's a lot of long words. Well, just a lot of words in general, but there's a lot of long words. Almost as though somebody was being paid by the syllable to write this stuff. In order to face the challenges and opportunities presented by globalization, migration and technological advances, we believe the multilateral, international, rules-based order must be strengthened and reformed. Is it just me, or is anybody else getting what this means?
Negative.
It ain't just me, then. They said, we believe in maintaining strong alliances with our closest European and international allies on trade, regulation, defence, security and counter-terrorism. And I don't think that means you, Donny. I think the world's given up on you, you giant fat sack of president.
Oh, shut up!
They say, as part of the global community, we have a responsibility to future generations to protect our environment, safeguard the planet, plan development sustainably, and to act on the urgency of climate change. You know, if they'd acted on the urgency of climate change before they started writing this, it would be solved by now. Blimey, how long did it take to write all this? And as for acting urgently on climate change, I think that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed and sunk. I mean, if the vast majority of the world's scientists are right, we're already on course for catastrophic changes in the Earth's climate, and vast stretches of land that are habitable now will no longer be in the future. And our collective response to these warnings of impending doom is to ignore them, or pretend they aren't going to happen, or say that scientists are wrong now because they once got something wrong in the past. And the people who cling to those beliefs will often be the very same ones that cling to religion. And if they applied the same logic to religion as they do to science, then the religion business would be as dead as the high street. It would have shut up shop alongside Woolworths. This new party says power should be devolved to the most appropriate level, trusting and involving local communities. More powers and representation should be given to local government to act in the best interests of their communities, which is more, we like democracy. But that's probably right. I mean, we are a country of very centralised control. Councils should be allowed to tax their residents and provide for them as necessary, because what's important to the people of Richmond is not necessarily the same for the people of Rochdale. But I suspect that that's a bit too much democracy for our leaders to contemplate. So here's their mission statement. The TIGs, or the Tiggers as they've been called. They say, like so many others, we believe that none of today's political parties are fit to provide the leadership and direction needed by our country. We have no confidence in their leadership's competence or culture. Britain faces real challenges, but the main parties don't look to the future. They're trapped in the past. Our country deserves better than this. It's time to dump the old politics, reach across tribal lines and do what British people expect us to do, work together to deliver a better life for everyone. Doesn't that sound nice? Why can't people just get along? They said, we want you to have the skills you need to succeed in life, the houses your families need to live in, the freedom and support to go as far as your talents will take you. We need to transform our society so that it's fit for the 21st century. It's a big job. And while we've taken the first step, this moment belongs to all of us. We need to do this together. If you share our values, are tired of the mess that politics is in, and are impatient for change, then get involved. Together, we can make a difference. And, oh, by the way, please give us some money. You can be a supporter or a funder by making a donation. Or you can become a donor by giving them at least £500. Or, for your name to appear on a list of generous bigwigs, you can give £7,500. And they can put me down for none of the above. Just as someone might vote for them in a general election as none of the above. As I did for the Greenies. Many times in a row. I went down the list and I thought, well, I don't like that one, and I don't like that, and I don't like that, and I don't like that. That just leaves the Greenies. Groovy. That's what I voted for. I voted for none of the above. And I'm perfectly happy with that decision.
Yowza.
And they're keeping their options open as to who might lead them because, and I am not making this up, they say that the ideal leader might not have joined yet. Well, I'll go one louder. He might not be, he or she, sexist, might not have been born yet. Still waiting. Oh, that was the wrong one. There. I'm still getting used to the new system. All my sound effects are all over everywhere, baby. And besides, I mean, would politicians have been part of the system? Are they the ones to actually reform the system? I mean, does anybody really believe that that lot will be able to agree on anything, apart from anything else, beyond some vague assurances that they are on our side? I bet that there'll be splits in the new party before the month is out. There'll be people who leave the party that they left their last party to join, if only because they don't want to be called Tiggers, which is a terrible name. They should have thought of that before. Stupid. I bet there's a new independent of the Independent Party by this time next week. And so the list gets longer. It was increased by the total number of 1 today. And so far, it's Tory deserters, Heidi Allen, Anna Soubry, Sarah Wollaston, and Labour deserters, Chaka Amuna, Luciana Berger, Mike Gapes, Chris Leslie, Angela Smith, Anne Kofi, Gavin Shuker, Joan Ryan, and Ian Austin. Most of whom I bet you're hearing about for the very first time. And I know that we vote for our local MP in a general election, not for the party they represent. Technically, that's the truth. But really, the problem they've got is that people didn't really vote for them in the last general election. They voted for the party they represented. Even though that's not technically true, that's how people vote. We've got no idea who our MPs are. We've got not one clue who they are. And so we just go down for our favourite party, Monster Raving Loony, and we just tick whoever's name is beside it. So I don't think that these people can leave the party that people voted for and just carry on in their position as though nothing's happened. And if they do the right thing and put the country above themselves and their new party, they might not like the answer the public gives to the question, do you like me? Because we might not really like them. Especially as they will have forced us to traipse down to the polling station again when we could be sat at home eating crisps and watching Jeremy Kyle. So they seem to be against Jeremy Corbyn. That seems to be the main thing that they can agree on. And they haven't said as such out loud, but they also appear to be for a second referendum. Because if that's the truth, then I know a rudderless ship that might want to dock in their port.
We should have a second referendum.
Mentioning no names. I wonder how they would react if Uncle Nige showed up and wanted to join. Jason says, I don't know if BMW would spend all that money, £800 million, on a new indicator stalk, as they know that most of their customers wouldn't use it. I thought it was another manufacturer who seemed to attract the absolute flat-out worst drivers on the road. I think in common belief, it may used to have been BMW, but it ain't them no more. Now, I can't say on the air which manufacturer it is, but it is also a German company, but I'm not allowed to mention their name out loud. Howdy. 0345 6060 973. And white vans and lorries and I was going to say buses, but they're quite good buses, and they often give a double indicator thank you for letting them out, which is always appreciated. We as drivers, we go from, oh, that's nice, he said thank you, to he didn't say thank you, I want to kill him, and there's nothing in between. We're constantly on the verge of absolute fury. Just don't upset us. Leatherhead, hello, Tim.
Hi, good evening, how are you?
Great, mate.
I was just trying to find out which direction. I can't recognise the direction you're going in with this new Tigger party. I think you're trying to have it both ways. On the one hand, they've gone off their backsides and done something, and you're criticising them for it, which is not the way you usually operate.
I don't think I'm criticising them. No, I'm not criticising them for what they did. I was going through what they said that they were about, and it all seems a bit
give them a
vague.
Chance. They've only been going for 48 hours. Give them a chance.
Well, they haven't been going for 48 hours. They've been going their entire political lives. I mean, if they haven't come up with a thought about which direction they would like to take the country to this point, then what are they doing in that job?
Well, I think that as they've all said, I think they've all been tied to the yoke of their party, following the party line, and they've got to a point where they no longer feel they can support that party line.
Right, but that doesn't mean to say that they didn't have a thought in their tiny little heads other than what Mrs. M or Uncle Jezza told them to think. I mean,
Indeed,
presumably they've thought about what ails the country at some point previous to this, and all they've come up with is a lot of syllables about, oh, we like democracy, and the NHS is great.
But that's not true, is it? Because particularly people like Sarah Wollaston, Heidi Allen, and Anna Soubry have made themselves very unpopular in their own parties by telling the rest of their party what they really think.
Which is?
They've been ostracised for expressing that view. And in particular on the Brexit argument.
Ostracised seems a bit strong.
Ostracised. Kicked out.
Well, not kicked out, they left.
They left, but what does ostracised mean then? I thought it meant sort of parked on one side, put on the naughty step.
Well, I don't think either of those things is true. I mean, I'm not disputing your definition, just what it is that has happened to them. They flounced out. They weren't kicked out.
They flounced out indeed, but they were marginalised and they had their lives made pretty unpleasant before that.
Now, do you think that they should subject themselves to the public vote? Because I don't believe that the public voted for them as individuals, not in great numbers. They voted for whichever party they happen to represent.
Well, they may have done, but I listened to Anna Soubry on LBC earlier in the week, and her point, which I could understand, is that she herself has not changed since the election in 2017. It's her party that's changed, and she no longer feels she can represent that party.
Yes.
So I think it's perfectly reasonable for her to make that point and draw it to the attention of people who did vote Conservative. At the end of the day, she's there to represent their best interests, and if that's what she thinks, she's doing her job by telling them.
Well, I don't think that the people voted for her as an individual, though. They voted for the party that she used to represent, and now she's walked out. She doesn't represent that party anymore. Therefore, she should subject herself to see if she actually does have the people's support.
See, this is an interesting argument, isn't it? Because the Brexiters won't give us a second vote because things have changed, but now they demand that the likes of Anna Soubry should have a second vote because things have changed. They want it both ways as well, don't they? And that's the problem. You can't have it both ways. They're elected for the 5 years from 2017. They're now saying they stood on a what's the word, manifesto that has effectively been torn up and thrown out of the window, and they no longer feel they can support that party's view.
Yeah.
But they are still MPs, they were still elected, and they are doing the country... I mean, the country... The whole point is, that, and I've been listening to Brexiters ringing up LBC complaining that this is not right and they should be ashamed of themselves. I think you would be the first one to agree with me that you struggle to find a Brexiter who can tell you why they voted to leave the EU, and they can't tell you what the benefits will be. But
well, no, I can. No, that's not true. They will say with great force why they voted to leave the EU, but
and that was.
Well, a wide variety of reasons. Because we want to get our country back, so we don't have to obey all of their rules and regulations.
Exactly. Well,
so to make Britain great again.
We know that's the one argument I will accept, or the two arguments I will accept, is that a lot of people were sticking two fingers up at George Osborne and David Cameron, fair enough, and with it, therefore, the Tory party, and a lot of people were sticking two fingers up at the status quo and the establishment. And
I think that's something that people said after they voted to justify the vote. Sticking two fingers up at the establishment, please. They're all the establishment.
If that's what they did, the establishment is now reacting to that by breaking up this two-party system and giving us a third option. So don't knock it. Let's give them a pat on the back and say good luck to you. Let's see how you get on.
Well, I do wish them good luck, but I would just like them to come up with something that's a bit more concrete than all this waffle. I mean, what are they actually for?
Come round to mine for a cup of tea.
I'm absolutely not going to do that, Tim.
We'll knock something up for them.
But thanks for the offer. 0345 6060 973. Well, here's one thing that they seem to be against: anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. I just can't get my head around that. Like, I really genuinely can't. I just don't understand it. I mean, what drives people to be anti-Semitic? It's a mystery to me. But please don't call and explain it to me. I am begging you, and I appreciate your cooperation in that regard.
Thank you.
And they're against a hard Brexit. So that's two things that we know. But so's most of the people in the House of Commons. I mean, that's just normal for normal people. No one that has a handle on the facts thinks that exiting the EU with no deal would be a good idea, apart from the millionaires and billionaires of the Brexit fundamentalist ultras. One of which is the billionaire American who doesn't work, live or pay taxes here, another's a billionaire who's decamped to the tax haven of Singapore, and then of course there's the billionaire who's left for the tax haven of Monaco. I mean, all that the Brexiteer ultras have left is Lord Snooty and Arthur Daly.
I'm a nutcase.
Mentioning no names. But unfortunately, these defectors have left us in something of a quandary. It's a bit late now to save the country. I mean, they should have done this years ago, shouldn't they? I mean, have their parties changed so significantly in the last month or so that only now they're prepared to leave in order to save the country? It should have been blooming ages ago they left. Unless some corners of the Labour Party only became intolerably intolerant just recently. And the Tory Party only became unconcerned for the average person in the last week. I mean, why now? When it's too blooming late. It is a bit last minute, isn't it? I mean, what on earth do they hope to achieve? It's like the bandmaster changing the set list as the Titanic starts taking on water. I mean, Brexit will either be a total disaster, in which case they will vie to captain a sinking ship, or it will be a huge success, in which case their complaints will be drowned out by manic cheering. And I'm not sure that positioning themselves as the tolerant, inclusive set is going to get much traction with a country that seems to be quite enjoying its newfound ability to shout whatever unhinged, hateful thing that crosses its mind. I touched on this a little while ago. I do think that people are quite enjoying it now. They're spraying their criticism about like a garden hose connected to a water butt of bile. It's pouring out. Still, could be worse. They could be UKIP. Yes, sorry to keep you waiting, George. You're in Brixton, but you know that.
Yeah.
Please speak directly into the phone.
Is that?
Well, you're going to have to get to higher ground, George, or use a landline. Have you got a landline?
No, I don't have landline.
Okay. Right, go ahead. We'll try and make this work.
Okay.
It's going very well so far. How's it going for you, George?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Okay. Are you completely satisfied with the way it's going at the moment?
Yeah.
Is it everything you thought it would be?
Yeah, everything is okay. I want to contribute concerning the MP, their resignation and stuff.
What?
Am I on air or something?
It sounds like you. I'll give you one more go. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that, I think your constitution is giving wiggle room for these MPs to be hanging around Parliament. Meanwhile, they've resigned. If you resign, I mean, you must also, like the party, must organize a by-election.
Yes.
Because in my country, if you resign like this, like there will be a by-election maybe the next month.
Right. Which country is that?
Yeah, I'm from Ghana.
Ghana. So in Ghana, if you resign from your party, there'll be a by-election that month.
If you ditch your party, the next month there's going to be a by-election.
Yeah. Well, that seems fair. That seems reasonable. Yeah. I know in this country that we don't actually vote for our Prime Minister. We vote for our local MP, and then they add them up and see who gets to be top dog. But that's not really how people vote. Not really. I mean, most of the people in this country have got no idea who their local MP is. I bet if I went into the street with a clipboard with a fiver stuck to it, there wouldn't be anybody that would be able to name their MP and win a fiver. Not one single person, I bet.
Yeah, because in my country, for instance, there will be a primaries in a district. So you if you contest and you win, then you come to Parliament. So if you resign, they just drop you just like that. I mean, no two ways about that. But here, I mean, democracy is too much. There's too much democracy. There's too much.
Wait. There's too much democracy? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, the democracy is too much.
because you shouldn't tolerate certain things. You understand?
No. You're saying we've got too much democracy?
Yeah, too much of everything is bad. Democracy is too much.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, because there should be a cap on certain things.
On certain what things?
Yeah, if you resign from your party, you've resigned, so they should just...
Yeah, so you're asking you want more democracy? More voting equals more democracy, right?
No. What I'm saying is that democracy is too much. If you have resigned, what's the meaning of resignation? So you are a host, yeah? If you resign, what does it mean? Are you still going to be on air?
No.
Of course. So if an MP has resigned, he must go home. He mustn't hang around in Parliament.
Right, but that doesn't constitute too much democracy. I don't really know what point you're making there, but I think we can agree on the basic point that if you quit your party, which would disappoint a significant number of people who voted for you in the first place, that means that you should ask us again, forcing us to go out and find a polling booth again. Got to stand in some plywood box, try to find your name on a list. Thanks a lot, Anna Soubry. All right, cheers, George. 0345 6060 973. This tweet says, was that Gavin Williamson or Michael Crawford, circa Some Mothers Do Have 'Em? What, are you talking about my superb impression? Well, maybe it was a little bit of both. I always found it a bit difficult watching that Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, for two reasons. First, it wasn't funny at all. And secondly, Michael Crawford, what was he actually playing on that show? It was either the gayest straight person ever, or there was something wrong with him. Which was it? I could never really figure it out, because there was something definitely wrong with the character that he was playing. Now, I'm not saying that being the gayest straight person ever is necessarily wrong, but if that's not the person that he was playing, then he was playing somebody who had mental issues. But everybody was laughing at him. It always made me feel a bit uncomfortable. That and the bit about it not being funny. Matt in Lewisham says, I much prefer the Lib Dems and King Vince to this new lot. It's a Lib Dem policy to let councils suspend the right to buy. Lib Dems are still doing well in council elections, but the media never report it. Fake news. God, Donny is just freaking out in America, isn't he? God, it's like, talk about spewing out the hate. Every other tweet is all in capitals with exclamation marks, and media are the enemy of the people. God, he really does want to be a dictator, don't he? A dictator, a dictator who doesn't know anything about anything.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Let's have, who's been waiting the longest? Liverpool. Hello, Carl.
Hi.
Carl.
I agreed with your last point about Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. Actually, I was always in a state of confusion.
Yeah, what was that about?
Anyway, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Luciana Berger, or Berger, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I've never met the woman. I've seen her once. She was my representative here in Wavertree. And, I demand a by-election. I mean, personally, I'm not in a position to do so, of course. I mean, in this new splinter group, as far as I can see, there's no way they're not compatible.
Well, let me ask you about this. When the last general election was around, did you vote?
Oh, yes, of course I did, yeah. I voted for Luciana Berger because she's Labour.
Exactly.
I mean, I didn't...
Because she's Labour, not because she's Luciana Berger.
Oh, right. I'm Jewish, so, I mean, I'm certainly not anti-Semitic. But, when I lived in Australia, Tony Blair was elected for the first time. And when I phoned England, I was told he was not a socialist, and he was more like a liberal. When you phoned England... Yeah, the day after the election.
Well, who did you speak to?
I spoke to me family.
Oh, right, because it sounded as though you just called the country and somebody was available to take your call.
No, I called me family because I was elated that Labour had been elected. I was distraught at John Smith's death. I thought that was tragic. And then I was informed while I was in Australia, and I was there for like 6 years or so, and he said, "Oh, well, he's not a socialist." And then I heard education, and he should have been saying employment, and he didn't.
So initially you were delighted. At first you were
absolutely, yes.
elated, then you were petrified.
Well, wasn't petrified because when I left Australia, I went to Holland and I lived in Europe for 10 years.
Blimey, were you on the run?
No, I'm not on the run at all. I feel like I've been on the run. I'm 60 now.
60 years old.
Yeah,
you made it.
Yeah, I made it. Yeah, and I can't believe it myself. You know, I mean, the brandy didn't do me in. But anyway,
not yet.
Yeah, I was horrified. You know, I mean, Tony Blair was a massive disappointment.
Yeah.
You know, he introduced so many privatised ideas.
But you remember that? You remember the feeling? You remember the feeling on that first morning? And I think that we were expecting maybe a little bit too much.
Well, yeah, I think we voted. We thought we were getting a socialist government.
Maybe it was the tune. Maybe things can only get better. It was the tune that made us in expectation of something great.
Well, I mean, you know, Jeremy Corbyn, there's absolutely no way Jeremy is anti-Semitic. I mean, this is the same Labour Party, almost, that Gordon Brown was running. And I mean, this press condemnation of Jeremy Corbyn, I just find frightening.
Well, what is amazing is that they have been trying to dig him a giant hole and bury him in it for a good 2 years now, with no success of any kind whatsoever. It's just amazing. They have levelled their guns at him and totally failed to kill him off. The combined might of the right-wing press in this country have failed in that regard. Well, like is a strong word, but not strong enough. Like, I love you, and I really mean that. So for the first time, 3 cabinet ministers are publicly saying that Brexit should be delayed if Parliament does not approve a deal in the next few days. What? Delayed? Amber Rudd, David Gauke and Greg Clark have written in the Daily Mail warning of the severe damage to the economy and national security in a no-deal scenario. Oh, no. We're all going to die. But don't worry, because Mrs. M is over in the, chit-chatting with the ongoing negotiations about Brexit. How's it going so far, Mrs. M?
Oh, fabulous.
Some of our top lawyers, what a story this is. Some of our top lawyers are calling for judges to better understand how emojis are used. Yeah, good luck with that. Top judges, emojis. You had to teach them about the internet first. And what is an computer? According to the Times, symbols like the maple leaf are causing confusion in criminal and family cases because of their hidden message. The maple leaf. Apparently it can mean drugs or specifically cannabis.
Want to score some pot?
Why does a maple leaf mean cannabis, other than it's a leaf, but then so's every other plant on Earth? I just don't understand the kids these days. Maybe I should be a High Court judge. Ealing, Richard.
Hi, Nick. Hi.
Richard.
Yes, so I'm calling up just to make a point. So I was listening on my drive home, and I heard you make the comment that if you went out with a clipboard and a fiver,
yes,
that no one would know who their local MP was.
Correct.
So I disagree ever so slightly. I'm from Ealing, and our MP for Ealing North is Stephen Pound, and it's someone who I think the local community know quite well. He makes a big difference in the community, and there are several stories which I've heard personally of where he's gone out and made a difference personally, you know, where people are struggling in the community and he's gone out to help himself.
To help himself?
Yes, so, I mean, one of the stories...
Wait a minute, you said to help himself?
No, not to help himself, but to himself provide assistance to people in the community.
Oh, to himself help. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, it sounds like this is an advert.
No, it's not an advert. It's just a disagreement with the statement which you made.
Right. But but you're taking a generalisation and trying to disprove it by using a specific example.
Well, no, I have people.
Well, no, yes.
No, I have family who also live in Watford, and I know that the local MP there is Richard Harrison, and he's also quite well liked and well known in that area.
Well, I just think, but by in that area, you mean with your family?
No.
Yes.
I know other people in that area.
Well, unless you've taken a poll.
Okay, you made a statement that no one would know their local MP. And
that is correct. That if I went into the street with a clipboard with a fiver attached to it, waving it in front of people, and the first person who told me the name of their MP would get the fiver, I bet an hour later I'd still have that fiver.
I disagree. I think you should try it. I think you should try it and put it on YouTube.
Right, well, I'm absolutely not going to do that, Richard, because it sounds like you're giving me homework. Homework? But, sir, it's the weekend. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I think that we can agree that I am right. Amber Rudd, David Gork and Greg Clark have written in the Daily Mail warning of severe damage to the economy and our national security under a no-deal scenario. Uh-oh. We're doomed. Now, you remember Jean-Claude Juncker, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. Well, he is not happy. Poor Jean-Claude.
Stop whining.
He said he is not optimistic of a Brexit deal. And this was after he had talked to Mrs. M. Again. What do they talk about when they get together? Shoes? I mean, come on, it's perfectly simple. They just need to give us everything that we want. And they will do that because the German car industry will insist on it. David Davis told us so. And how's that going, by the way?
Dreadful.
It's the simplest deal that anyone ever made, remember? What is alarming is that this is the easy bit. What we're going through right now, over the last 2 years, this is the easy bit. This is just about us leaving. We haven't even started on the hard bit yet, which is the trade deal. But David Davis said that that would be a piece of cake too. So what could possibly go wrong? The EU Commission President, Jean-Claude Juncker, held his latest meeting with Mrs. M, and the pair issued a joint statement on the process, which said, and I quote, they got nowhere. How can you talk so much for so long and get nowhere? It's a mystery, as Toya used to say. In fact, this was great. Jean-Claude Juncker suggested that the talks were making little progress and claimed that he had Brexit fatigue. Brexit fatigue. He's got Brexit fatigue. What do you think I've got? I've been shouted at for 3 hours twice a week for 2 years in a row now.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
He said Brexit is deconstruction, it's not construction. Brexit's the past, it's not the future, he said. Wow, we're getting philosophical now, eh? He says if no deal would happen, and I can't exclude this would have terrible economic and social consequences both in Britain and on the continent, and so my efforts orient in a way that the worst can be avoided. But I'm not optimistic when it comes to this issue. Blimey, we've got a bloke from Luxembourg who lives in Belgium, and he seems to be more concerned for the future of our country than some of our fundamentalist Brexiteer so-called patriots, most of whom appear to be heading for the exits to tax havens abroad. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Juncker. The nation is behind you. They hate you. Everybody here hates you. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party have finally united. They've come together for the benefit of the nation. Just kidding. They're tearing chunks out of each other like ferrets in a sack. Couldn't be worse. Michael Gove is now going to Philip Hammond. I'll come to that in a minute. What a comedy. Guildford, hello, Peter.
Hello, Nick.
Peter?
Yeah, I think these MPs are making a mockery of our democracy.
A mockery of the democracy?
Yeah, how can they argue for a second referendum, in saying, like, well, we need a second referendum because people didn't know the facts, whatever the rights or wrongs of that is, and then deny their own voters who voted Labour or Tory the right to get them out. I mean, how are they allowed to get away with that, Nick?
You'd have to be out of your mind to want a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
Yes. Exactly. Say no more. But yeah, now they are in Parliament and they have no, in effect, they have no constituency. They have no mandate. So who do they represent? Who's backing these people on the quiet? When they
Wait a minute, back up. Who's backing them on the quiet? What are you inferring?
Well, I think they're being backed they will be backed if they get off the ground by money men. That's what I believe.
You mean the people who give them money will have money?
Yes. But, yeah.
Well, what are you saying? You think they're going to be...
I think they're backed by, people that want a pro-European sort of movement, or a Blairite movement, I should say. And I think they don't... what I cannot understand for the life of me, they keep calling Jeremy Corbyn the loon and all the rest of it. But what is loony about what... This is what I can't understand.
Yeah.
I'm not a communist. I don't believe in a command economy and all that. But what I can't understand is what is so wrong about a man who wants to build, say, more council houses. He wants to end homelessness. He wants to put a stop to the appalling welfare cuts. And things. What is insane about that? I don't get it.
No,
I do not get it.
I generally don't get it either, other than the press heard him once say that if he was elected, one of the first things that he would do would be to look into the concentration of news outlets in the hands of a very few number of people who are, in many instances, they're residing in tax havens, or they're not actually British citizens at all.
You're right, Nick. That's what it's about. It's about it. It is a class issue. It's about...
No, it's not. No, it's not a class issue. It seems to be an issue about business.
It's about they do not like, those at the top do not like paying their tax.
Well, it's that, but it's also specifically in the case of the newspapers, which have mounted a campaign against Jeremy Corbyn, the likes of which I've never seen against any other politician in history, is that they are specifically concerned about the viability of their business interests and whether they can continue in the manner in which they have up to this point under a Jeremy Corbyn government.
They're worried about restricted ownership.
Yeah,
they won't be allowed to
own so many titles to control so much of the news outlets in this country. Yeah, with which comes power, of course.
I'll tell you what saddens me, Nick. This whole Brexit debate. I'm so fed up with it, like many other people.
Oh, cheer up, Peter. It might never happen. Oh no, that's right. It already has.
It's taking the light off of everything else. You've got so many, you've got so many other issues like poverty. You've got people on the universal credit. You've got homelessness. You've got all these things. And these Labour MPs ought to be ashamed of themselves, They've left an anti-austerity party and joined up with someone like Anna Soubry, who I heard the other day was in favour of austerity. What kind of... wait
a minute. What do you mean by in favour of austerity? Because the way you said it implied that she was in favour of poverty.
Yes. Yes, she said she was in favour when they talked about economic policy and so on. She was in favour of George Osborne's policies of austerity.
George Osborne?
Oh, God, yeah, I know what you mean. But I just feel so sad that I do not... anti-Semitism, by the way, is totally evil.
Well, it's just bizarre. I genuinely don't get it. Like, I'm perplexed by that whole issue. Like, I really am.
Where are the police? Where aren't the police investigating these?
Oh, the police can't come around if you're being burgled at this minute. They're busy.
Yeah.
They're busy doing... God, I've got absolutely no idea.
If it's being done on computers, I mean, I don't know a lot about computers, but if it's being done on computers, all this abuse, this evil abuse, isn't there how on earth do we know it is Labour people doing it?
Well, let's not get into that. But Peter, if you don't know anything about computers, would you like to be a High Court judge?
Absolutely.
You would fit right in.
I think I qualify.
Okay.
And you do as well, Nick.
Okay, I'll see you at the bench. Cheers a lot. I'm super, thanks for asking. Patrick in Guildford says, an earlier caller thought that we have too much democracy. What should we do? Pop the surplus in an envelope and post it to Venezuela? Yes, that is an excellent idea. Or at least it would have been if the stamps hadn't gone up. And for younger listeners, stamps are sticky things that you used to put on the outside of an envelope. Envelopes are things that you used to put letters in. Letters were things that you used to write to a specific individual, as opposed to now, where every passing thought you get put down in small chunks and just throw them at the world. And people are very, very upset about the price of stamps going up, which is, I don't understand. I mean, apart from anything else, nobody writes letters anymore. Not now, not ever, never. And secondly, 70p isn't that much. Not really. I mean, if you had a message that you wanted delivered to somewhere, even in your own town, would you give me 70p to deliver it for you? I mean, you didn't have to put on your hat, coat, scarf and gloves and go out and catch the bus and go down into a town and go to the address on the outskirts and then stick it in their letterbox. Would you pay me 70p to do that? Of course you would. What's the big to-do? Paul says... oh, no, I've read that one. Matt and Lewisham says, I much prefer the Lib Dems... Oh, I've read that one. Pete says, what makes me laugh is the fact that people who say the big parties have failed and shouldn't be trusted come from them in the first place. Yeah, that's right. Don't trust them. Blackburn. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Hello, Nick. I've got a suggestion. We could end all this political chaos.
Yes.
Yeah. Very controversial, this.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah. We could have a general election, and all them that are in Parliament now, we could show them they're useless by not letting them stand in the next election.
By not letting them stand in the next election?
In other words, we're bringing all new people, all new ideas.
Oh, my
people
God.
Preferably that know something about life.
Well, so this would be the B team then, because presumably we've got the A team now, and look at the state of the place.
I know, it's a mess, isn't it?
So we're going to have to get the people, like a bunch of rejects.
Well, no, I'm not thinking of a bunch of rejects. I'm thinking of people that have faced adversity in life.
That have faced adversity?
Yeah, adversity, like homelessness.
Would they be actually the best people to run the country, people who have failed for one reason or another in life?
But have they failed, or have they failed because society hasn't been supportive?
I am firmly of the belief that most of success in life is down to luck. And if you are a homeless person, then it is probably because you have been subject to worse luck than somebody who would stride by thinking that they are successful because of their own innate genius. But that's luck too. However, I'm not sure that it would be the best thing for the country to take advice from homeless people just because they've had bad luck.
What about people that, have struggled to bring up families on low incomes and stuff like that? At least it will put the caring element into, managing the country.
Well, I think that those people should have their voices heard, but not necessarily be part of running the country. I'm going to say something controversial now, Paul.
Oh, no.
Yes, get ready and grip onto something firm.
Yeah, go on.
Taking out the luck part,
Yeah.
which is the factor that differentiates success from failure with most people. I firmly believe that luck is most of life. But if you take that constant out of the equation,
Yeah.
it is possible, is it not, that if you are more successful, then it's likelier than not that you are more intelligent. Does success in, outside of physical success, outside of being footballers, because nobody has ever accused a footballer of being intelligent. I think you'll find that's correct.
That's true.
I mean, just the way they speak would tell you everything you need to know. Oh, the lad's done great, it's all credit to the lads, and the lad's done great, and it's all credit to them. That's all they say.
Yeah.
So if you take the physical success part, the sports persons out, business people and people who've got along in office environments and all the rest of it, they use their brains, Paul. Then it's quite likely that the more successful you are, the more intelligent you are. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, to some extent.
To some extent,
I mean, I don't class myself as intelligent, really.
Well, I don't. If it helps, I don't.
I'm thinking about these things and
Okay.
trying to, sort out in my head the world's problems. But I'll never succeed. I know that. But I just think that we need people who, actually work on managing the country to the best for everyone, including supporting the most disadvantaged in our society, which this government is failing to do.
That is quite possibly true.
With learning disabilities and stuff like that, and they are now being resettled from hospitals, but the support services out there are really bad.
Well, they're non-existent in a lot of cases, but partly because of the A word, austerity, and that's partly because of the giant hole that the bankers have put us in that we still haven't got out of yet. We haven't climbed an inch out of that hole yet in all this time. All right, thanks a lot, Paul. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Phil says MPs who leave their party and refused to put themselves up for by-election have one thing in common: cowardice! ! How is leaving going to fix whatever they're complaining about? A bit like Brexit, really. And Fran says, who is funding TIG? Do you think that Tony Blair could be lurking in the background? Any foreign government? Oh, it's not Vlad the Insaner, is it? Well, you may be funding them. They certainly have offered to allow you to do that. If you go on their website, it has a donation page, and they've filled out some suggestions for your donation. They start at £5, which seems very reasonable. But I don't know what you get for £5. A warm feeling, which increases in temperature the more you give, presumably. Right up to £7,500, for which you get a mention. You get a shout-out. I'll give you a shout-out for nothing. How does that sound? Glasgow. Hello, Scott.
Yeah, hello, Nick.
Scott.
When's the last time a new political, I'll say party in the loose term, when's the last time a new political party entered the House of Commons, took their seats, and then took a selfie? I mean, what the hell? It's like invasion of the body snatch. It's like the Stepford Wives. No one's saying a damn word about that.
Are you talking about the SNPists?
I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about. The tigwig tigs, they can't just enter the House of Commons and take a selfie. It's mad. And how the hell is a registered company sitting in our House of Commons taking money from a public purse under false pretences, because they're not on their respective parties now, taking money under false pretences, and then being funded by who knows who for who knows what?
Well, you can say that about all. You can say that about all political parties. I mean, there was a fellow.
No. Agreed, you can. Agreed, Nick. Sorry, agreed, you can. Yes. But if they get found to be taking money, which they shouldn't do, there are certain rules. Okay, those rules get broken. They've got to hide what they're doing. This party.
Well, but wait a minute. You're throwing around accusations about something that they may be. If they're guilty of something, then they should be subject to the full majesty of the law.
exactly my point. They cannot be held up for anything because they're a company, not a party. How can a company? I agree with exactly.
What do you mean by a company?
They're a registered company. They're not a party. They're not affiliated to their respective Tory Labour original posts, which they're still taking money for. They're not affiliated, so they're not answering to them. They're answering to someone else. Who knows who else? But they're still affecting laws. But because they're a registered company, they're not abiding by any of the laws that a political party have to abide by. And correctly, as you point out, they have obviously, got around that one way or the other. But they have to actually abide by them. Whether they try and get round them and then they end up in court, hopefully, which they hardly ever do. But this particular group now, this group of 11, who knows how many more it will be, they're not abiding by any of the rules in Parliament now.
Well, of course they are. They're abiding by all of the rules that govern MPs' conduct in Parliament. Irrespective of which party it is they belong to.
Well, that's my point. Who do they belong to now?
Well, they belong to themselves. They belong to all of us, Scott. Yeah, I'm going to have to go because I'm past the break, but thanks for that. Chris says this group of MPs have done everything they can to destroy democracy and overturn the referendum result and the will of 17.4 million people who have come up with 17.4 million different reasons that they voted out. Some of which were written on a bus. This tweet says, blimey, MPs trying to steal ground from the Fib Dems. Guess what? It's quicksand. Mal says, these jump shippers may well have joined the Lib Dems. Next election, all their political careers are over. Oh, they'll probably jump ship again or go get another job. I wouldn't be at all surprised if many of them already had another job, which seems like a blooming outrage to me. I mean, we're paying them the big money to act on our behalf. And then we come to find out that they're actually taking even more money from another group of people. So whose interests do you think they represent? I mean, I know it's unpopular to even contemplate it, but perhaps we should pay them a little bit more and then refuse to allow them any outside interests. And in case they get any ideas about feathering their nests after they leave by voting one way or the other on various issues that might affect their subsequent employers, perhaps we should ban them from getting any job of any kind for the rest of their lives. They should do their service for us, and then when we finish with them, we should lock them up. Who's with me? I read that. Christopher says, God, blimey, this is a long one. Is this worth reading?
I'd say so.
Christopher says, if you vote for the party, you get a party stooge, and they're the worst. I always vote for the individual. I'd rather have Anna Soubry as my MP because I know what she stands for. Her old party has turned into UKIP since people voted for her as a Tory in the last election. My MP, who I didn't vote for, is a party stooge who changes whichever way she's whipped. On the eve of the referendum, I got an email from her saying what a disaster Brexit would be. Now she's all for it, the hypocritical coward. I think all MPs should be independent. I am. My views have never aligned with any single party, says Christopher. Blimey, it was a screed. You're going to put that in a pamphlet, mate. All MPs should be independent, I think is the shortened version of that. And, I don't know. I think there's some justification for MPs aligning with one another after a shared goal, but I'm also for coalitions. I mean, there's so many countries that we respect that are run by coalitions that seem to be doing perfectly well. Why can't that work here? It seems by that method you would represent more of the people more of the time. But, what do I know? Red Hill. Hello, Vivian.
Oh, good evening. Well, hey, thanks for having us on your show, Nick. It's all been a positive week for Brexit. How have you been?
Great, mate.
Excellent.
Up to this point, anyway.
Well, I try not to ruin your great show so far. You've had some great callers, and I loved some of the points you were making earlier about, representation and how, we could possibly be paying the MPs more. Pay them more, and then you get less corruption, yeah? Sounds like a good plan to me.
Well, it's
but
possible.
really,
I
sort of
don't think the
phoned up
one
to talk
necessarily follows the other, but it's possible.
Well, you come up with a great point. You know, maybe you should just do all politics on your show, really. Make a better idea. Or maybe have a couple more radio stations, have a big sort of televised radio debate or something, get it all bashed out in a couple of hour-long sessions.
Well,
but yeah, I was just going to talk about mitigation strategies. We're obviously facing the no deal coming up, which is very exciting for everyone. And so you're looking at the European Union reacting to the UK taking over control of its public subsidies and its internal policies. So obviously we're looking at how they're going to react and what they're going to throw at us, what kind of average or mean tariff they're going to throw our way. So a lot of discussion was about the Morocco 85% tariff. So we'd be having to, our goods would cost 85% more around the world or to European trade partners, which would be, on its face value quite a problem considering the amount of, tariff exposure we'd have. So obviously we've done a few little bit of maths. I'm not specifically a mathematician. I haven't got GCSE. I think I've got a GCSE in maths.
You think?
But it's not. I think I have. I can't tell you for sure. I couldn't tell you for sure. It's a long time since I've looked at my GCSEs. But as I say, it's not. I mean, I've only picked this stuff up from stuff my old dear was chatting about in the 90s, So I wouldn't know what she's talking about. It's just that when you hear so much people like Juncker being nasty about the people that started this movement, like my old dear, basically it's telling them that they're going to go to hell, they didn't have a plan and all that. It gets upsetting for us. So we have to call in every once in a while, mate. And I really appreciate you giving us the 5 minutes.
5?
I was just wondering for yourself. One for yourself, Nick.
I haven't signed up for 5. Let's see if we can get to 3.
Duty and tax reforms, okay? So where are we looking at duty and tax reforms, okay? So we're looking at like £220 billion in the informal economy, and we've got 165 tariff exposure, 165 billion in exposure for our exports, export tariff exposure. So we've got 220 billion in the informal economy. So I'm looking at the price of an eighth of marijuana is going to probably remain static if we imply duty reforms on these drugs. So cocaine, marijuana, these obvious money spinners that we could definitely compensate for any amount of tariffs, even an 85% tariff from the EU, we'd pretty much be able to cover.
All right, so now it's becoming clear. What you're saying is for any loss that we incur from Brexit, we could legalise all drugs and reap the rewards. And prostitution.
Yeah, drugs and prostitution, of course. These would be obvious. Obviously, tax duty reform, maybe even a 10% tax break on the informal economy. There's a lot of boys out there working in vans every day that can't properly, legitimately claim an income because they're under a threshold of, and they can't get employed higher because of the regulations on employment. If we liberalised the employment regulation, there wouldn't be so many boys out there working off the books. That informal economy, we could get some tax revenue out of that, even if we just broke it down at 10%. This is billions and billions of pounds. We've got £300 billion in mitigations there.
Okay, all right. Well, put it in an email for me, Vivian. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I think I get the message. This text says the new Party of 11 should be called the European Party of Great Britain. Steve says if the TIG called themselves the Centre Party, they could have been the TCP. Another slogan, we can heal you and politics. Yeah, of course, it smells awful.
Disgusting.
Frank says Frank Spencer would make a great defence minister. He would definitely frighten Putin. And on that subject, this text says Gavin Williamson has done a lot more with his life than you've done with yours. What's that got to do with anything? How is that man a defence secretary? Someone explain that to me, I double dare you. What is his field of expertise? Gavin Williamson. I mean, if you look at Russia's defence people, I don't know what the Russian defence secretary actually looks like, but I do know that Vladimir Putin introduced somebody as a defence, I can't remember the exact title, but it was somebody that does defence for Russia. And he just took one look at him and thought, I'll not mess with Russia. But you look at Gavin Williamson and you think, well, why not? Mr. McGrumpy says, on February the 22nd, 1897, it was 17.9 centigrade. That wasn't global warming. How do you know that on February the 22nd, 1897, it was 17.9 degrees centigrade? And even if it was, what difference does that make? That's weather, not climate. Ugh. We're still trying to get that through to people. Painful. I think that what I don't understand about this global warming, the climate change thing, is why people on the right have decided that they don't believe in that. We see, I mentioned this the other week, we've seemed to have divided ourselves down the middle, this new political party notwithstanding, and those on the right, just whatever the issue is, you don't have to even tell them what the issue is. Regardless of what it is that you're talking about, my belief is the most far-right, extreme version of beliefs that are possible. You don't even need to tell me what you're talking about. I don't know what the subject is, but it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion. It's basically whatever Donald Trump says. And you really have to be out your mind to believe a numpty like that.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He thinks that global warming doesn't exist because it's chilly out. But I don't believe that he thinks that. I don't believe that he believes that. And I find it difficult to believe that people who say that global warming isn't a thing because it's cold, or because it once was warmer, I just don't buy that they believe that. I think that they don't believe it because it's the right-wing thing to say. I think it's got to that point now. And it happened really quickly. I don't think we were talking like this even a couple of years ago. But now it seems to be the way. Whatever the topic of the discussion, I'm a right-wing person, so I think the most right-wing thing you can imagine about that issue. Global warming is not happening because it was once warmer. Because scientists once got something wrong. And as I said before, it's very easy to claim that you can dismiss all science because scientists once got something wrong, but those very same people will be all for science if they present themselves at hospital with something wrong with them. Suddenly then, science is just the very thing. Global warming isn't a thing. The reason why people don't accept or pretend not to accept that global warming is happening is because they don't want to change their lives. They don't want to take responsibility for what it is that they're doing. Nobody does. Not really. The human race has not developed above the age of a 3-month-old. We want instant gratification, not prepared to wait 1 second to be gratified in every way, shape and form. So we will not suffer now to reap the benefits in a year or a few years or 10 or 20 years. We want to just carry on regardless, even though 99% of the scientists on Earth who have looked at this issue say that we're heading for disaster unless we change our ways right now. We just say, oh no, it's not going to happen because it hasn't happened yet. I hope that they find life on Mars, and I hope it's intelligent life, because we ain't found none down here. Peter says, I know as a Brexiteer I shouldn't believe in facts, but to convert centigrade to Fahrenheit, you double the number, take off 10%, and then add 32. Oh, blimey, that sounds like homework. I'm not doing that. I'll just guess. If you say it out loud, it becomes a fact these days, haven't you heard? AJ says, choose MPs like they choose jury members. How do they choose jury members? You just get a note in the post, don't you? Guess what? You're a jury member. Oh, no. Andy says, they used to say that MPs having other jobs kept them in touch with the real world. Well, yes, but I think they're supposed to have a job before they become an MP and then concentrate their efforts on, running the country and representing their constituents, not having another job at the same time. Let's have a call in Richmond. Chris.
Good evening, Nick.
Chris.
Well, I think the most interesting bit this week has been just the scale of denial from people like Jeremy Corbyn. Tonight he was sort of saying, "Oh, there's no bullying, there's no nastiness," And at the same time, you've got people like Chris Williamson, basically slating and berating every Labour MP that's left. And this is the same Chris Williamson that has defended what's going on in Venezuela. That is British politics on the left in this country today.
So are you saying that is not representative of the right?
No, I mean, I'm a Liberal Democrat. I mean, I am appalled at the state of the Tories at the moment. I'm not a Tory voter. I've not voted. I've voted Liberal Democrat in every single election since I was 18. I think the government at the moment it's become anti-immigrant. I think Alan Soup is quite right. I'm delighted that Heidi Allen, who I've known for a long time.
Well, you say they're anti-immigrant, but under her leadership, the immigration has not gone down, and even from especially from the areas of the world that we have complete control over. It's gone up under her control. So they don't seem to be anti-immigrant.
Well, maybe if you look at numbers, but come on, look at Windrush, look at the percentage of people from the European Union. 20-something% of the European Union applicants had their looking for permanent residency had their applications rejected. Women deported back to Singapore after 30 odd years of being.
Yeah, but you said if you look at the numbers, that might be true. But what else? I mean, apart from individual instances that have received a lot of publicity, and this latest thing with that dopey woman who went to join ISIS.
Yeah, but that's a case apart. I don't think you can. I mean, that's just a separate case.
Well, it is, yes, but I'm saying that because it is also something that has gained a lot of publicity and makes it appear as though the party is heading in one direction, whereas the truth is they're actually heading in the opposite direction.
Well, I disagree with you. I completely disagree with you. I mean, this is a person that said that she didn't want freedom of movement to continue. My wife is an EU national. She's in this country because she came to study, and then we got married, and she wants to get rid of that. And I don't.
But saying it is one thing, doing it is another. I mean, what they say is not what they're doing.
Well, if things continue as they are, freedom of movement will end in 5 weeks' time.
I don't believe that. Do you?
Well, I mean, I'm talking if things continue. I hope they don't continue, but that is what she wants. Vince Cable...
I'm not sure, but it isn't what she wants. It might be what she says in order to placate those that are shouting the loudest, but it's not what the government is actually doing. Don't listen to what they say. Look at what they do.
Well, yes, I mean, look, it's all to play for, isn't it? But fundamentally, the Conservative Party, as it stands, has committed to leaving the single market, which, as you and I know, means the end of free movement. Correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as she can't negotiate her way out of it. But ending free movement and stopping immigration from Europe are not necessarily the same two things, because we can voluntarily, unilaterally open our borders to whoever we like. I mean, assuming that.
But she set a target.
Well, yeah, but
let's be honest.
They're never going to get that. They're so far off that you might as well just forget that.
Well, they could have it, but it will basically destroy NHS recruitment.
Well, precisely. And she must know that. She and the other people who are shouting loudly must know all that. Well, they do know all that. And so they're not going to do what they say on that score. They're just trying to placate people who are screaming at them. That's all. They just want them to shut up.
Which is why three of the more sensible, pragmatic MPs who I have a lot of respect for, how did they notice in this week? And good on them, as far as I'm concerned.
I wish them the best of luck, but I don't think it's going to change much.
Well, why do you say that, though? I think it might, actually. I think it will change a lot to me.
Well, three people leaving is going to change the course of the party.
Well, another three cabinet members have come out today. Look, if more come, technically, as someone in the Independent, I think Sean O'Grady, Deputy Editor of the Independent, said technically, the government essentially three more defections and the government is in the minority, even with the DUP.
Okay, so the country gets to vote again, and by most polls, the result will be more or less what we've got now. But what would be the point?
Well, whether people want to call a general election, all I'm saying is the government at the moment cannot get any business through other than Brexit-related business.
Yeah. Well, it's sucked all the oxygen out of the room. It's the only thing they can think about, because it's the only thing that they've got the man and woman power to deal with.
Well, but equally, they could, if they wanted to, they could cancel the whole thing tomorrow, if that's what Theresa May... Well, Theresa May didn't believe in, as you completely correctly said a minute ago, Theresa May doesn't believe in this. She's doing something. She's only doing it because she believes she has to. Because frankly, she's more concerned about splitting her party.
But do you not feel that as a country, we're walking down the corridor of insanity, but nobody can say, hang on a minute, well, let's just not go any further down this route because this just is madness. Nobody can say that because we've got a crowd of people behind us who are screaming at us to go faster.
Well, my MP happens to be the Liberal Democrats, and all the Dem MPs and many Labour MPs and even Tories have said that for months, but she's got a tin ear. She just doesn't want to hear it because she is like the Pied Piper that is prepared. She is that insanely... I think the other problem, Nick, is she's incredibly stubborn.
Who, Theresa May? Are we still talking about Theresa May?
Yeah, I think she's incredibly stubborn.
Well, I mean, it takes a certain amount of stubbornness to negotiate something as complicated as this, because there is elements of stubbornness on the other side as well. I mean, that's just part of negotiating, isn't it? I just get the feeling that at the last minute, we're going to get more or less what we want, and the European Union are going to get more or less what they want, and we'll take some kind of success, snatch it from the jaws of catastrophe, and we'll just muddle along.
I think that is a very plausible scenario, but I think it'll only happen subject to the people having a vote on it. Because I think the right idea.
A second referendum.
Yeah, I think
I just can't see it. It saddens me to say it, but I do think that this country is now genuinely run by whoever shouts the loudest. And I think that people are so furious, so on the edge of their seat to start screaming about it, that I think the people who are running the country, they just don't want the hassle. It's almost like placating a child in the supermarket who throws themselves to the ground because mummy won't buy her any chocolate, or him. And mum just capitulates and says, oh, all right then, just stop screaming. I think that's where we're at now.
What the hell is going on?
He was given brown sugar. What, the single? Greatest rock single ever.
Rock and roll!
Any fool know that. M says, could you ask the Tigs what they mean by centre ground politics and what other people think it means? Well, it's vague. Just by its very definition, it's vague. Just like all of their other announcements. Go to their website and see if you can find anything specific on it. I double dare you. Frank says, I would really be interested to see the new Tiggy Winkle policies. I don't know what that means. Jim says, when Churchill crossed the floor to join the Liberals, he didn't put himself up for re-election in a by-election. Yeah, Churchill stopped being a Conservative and decided to become a Liberal. No, don't do it, Winnie. It ain't worth it. Putney. Hello, Oliver.
Hi there.
Oliver.
Yeah, I was just agreeing with what you said about, I think about an hour ago, that you've never seen an attack like this on a political leader.
Uncle Jezza.
Yeah, Jezza. It's extraordinary. When he got in, I knew he was going to get a shellacking, but this is something else.
It really is.
It's absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah.
And so we've got that going on, and we've got Brexit. Yeah, and I think actually it all goes back to the 70s. Britain joined the European Union. That was put to bed. Thatcher came in, and there was the purge of the left during the 80s. Everything was cushy during the 90s with the European Union. Tony Blair in power, and then out of nowhere, Jeremy Corbyn gets into power in Labour, and we're leaving the European Union, and it's just causing chaos.
Yeah, and it all started going wrong when David Bowie died. Thanks a lot, David Bowie.
2016. Yeah, that was the year. Yeah, Brexit, Trump, and before that, Corbyn. And they can't get rid of him.
Try as they might, yeah.
They tried. They did 2016, just after Brexit. They tried to get rid of him. Didn't work. Then the entire establishment went after him in 2017 with Theresa May.
He seems to be indestructible.
Indestructible. And these guys who just left, they're in for a rude awakening. They're going to go nowhere. They're going nowhere. The real crisis in the Tories is the left have come back in Labour, but you've got like real right wingers, UKIP insurgency within the Tories taking over that party.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know about the UKIP insurgency who's taken over the party, but the far right, the ERGs, do seem to be taking over that party. Yeah, but they're the ones that are shouting the loudest on the right, and they appear to be getting their way. But there's also people who are shouting the loudest on the left. And
no. I think Jeremy Corbyn didn't put. When you hear people saying he's hard left, the 2017 manifesto by Labour was quite centre left. It wasn't anything extraordinary.
Well, I know. I mean, I did read it, and his proposals were things that most people actually agreed with. I think there was a newspaper, it may have been The Independent, who at the time did a poll and asked people, without telling them who proposed these various policies, whether they agreed with them or not. And in almost every, or rather in every instance, the majority of people who were polled said, yes, I do agree with things like renationalising the railways, for instance, or increasing the minimum wage, or stuff like that. I mean, it wasn't extremist stuff.
No, it was all since he got in. There's been all this hyperbole, all this hysteria that he's a communist, whatever. What he's put forward is quite reasonable. Yeah, and the establishment deluded themselves, saying when he went to that 2017 election, they were going to get wiped out. And they were 20 points ahead. It all got proved to be a lie. Complete lie. He's still there standing. And these guys who have just left, they're going to be left in the dust. They're not. The thing is, the Labour right, they're finished.
Well, the problem with all of that is he actually electable as a Prime Minister? And
of course he is.
Well, if that's true, if he is electable as a Prime Minister, you'd think that with the Conservative Party having been in power for such a long time...
No, you're going to mention the polls, Nick, aren't you? You're going to mention the polls.
I'm not going to mention the polls. I mean, I will if you want, but I won't. If after all of this time, of the problems that we've been going through and are currently going through at the moment, after all of this, you'd think that they would be more popular... All right, I am mentioning the polls. They'd be more popular than they are, but they aren't. And they're going nowhere.
No, listen. This trick was tried in 2017. Before that, he can't win. He's not a winner. They didn't take him seriously. They went for the election. Don't forget, that election was cut by 10 days of the 2 terrorist attacks. If it had gone on for 2 weeks longer, he would have won.
Well, that's a complete... You've got absolutely no justification in saying that. You might have hoped that he would have won, but you don't know that that's true.
Okay, maybe we don't know if it's true, but you're coming back with this same lie.
But by saying that, you're suggesting that polling is untrue. That polling companies are lying to us.
No. What happened before the 2017 election? There was an all-out attack on Corbyn. During the election, they had to give fair press coverage, and he campaigned well. Yeah, he didn't get wiped out. Now this whole process is starting up again, and they're going all out for it with the anti-Semitism. This, that, and the other.
Yes, but I bring us back to the polling, though. If he was electable, he should be further ahead than he is at the moment in the polls.
No, absolute nonsense. If they really believe they could beat Corbyn, these guys would leave their constituents, would leave the Labour Party and go for an election, just like those UKIP, just like the Conservatives did, elect the UKIP. They didn't do that. If the Tories are so confident of beating Corbyn now, he'll go for another election, but they know they'll get wiped out.
Well, that's neither here, but their confidence is neither here nor there. Poll after poll after poll suggests that Labour and the Conservatives are either well, they're more or less neck and neck, which should not be the case now. The Labour Party, or whoever is the main opposition to a government that is running the catastrophe that we're currently going through at the moment, with all of their various problems associated with it, they should be way ahead, the opposition.
Nick, one question, hand on heart, live on radio, yeah? If there was an election tomorrow,
yes,
who do you think would win? If there was an election tomorrow, who would win?
Well, I actually think that the Conservatives would probably scrape
come
it.
on, mate.
I think they'd scrape it.
No chance. Corbyn would wipe them out.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Wipe them out.
All right. Well, I guess we won't find out until next time. I'll see you at the polling booth. Cheers, Oliver. 0345 6060 973. I'll bring my own pencil. This tweet says, we should make them all bake cakes for us at the village fete. And the nicest wins. Well, that sounds like a good idea. I like cake. And this says, I got drunk on Wednesday and I put £10 at 100 to 1 on Vince Cable for the next Prime Minister. Well, you can wave goodbye to that. At least you won't have the problem of wondering what to do with your £10. And certainly not your winnings. 0345 6060 973. So anyway, back to the Brexit negotiations with Jean-Claude Juncker. You remember him, don't you? No! Yes. He said, Brexit is deconstruction, not construction. Brexit's the past, it's not the future, he said. If a no deal would happen, this would have terrible economic and social consequences both in Britain and on the continent, and so my efforts orient in a way that the worst can be avoided. Blimey, he speaks English good, doesn't he? He says, but I'm not very optimistic when it comes to this issue. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party have finally united in their belief that they don't unite on anything. They have failed to properly prepare Britain for a no deal. And Michael Gove is at Philip Hammond's throat. They failed to properly prepare Britain for a no deal, said the Environment Secretary to the Chancellor. Which is, I assume that's a joke, or at least an understatement, because to my eye there hasn't been any preparations at all, other than crossing their fingers and assuming that everything will be all right. Let's all hold hands and close our eyes and run into traffic. I'm sure everything will be fine. And Philip Hammond insisted that the government had taken the necessary precautions. Really? Really? Like what? Name one precaution that's been taken. OK, they've locked David Cameron in his shed so he can't do any more damage. But apart from that, anything? No. I mean, they've stockpiled stuff, but that's just in a last desperate attempt to avoid a potential catastrophe. It's not like they thought about that a year ago. They've only just done it. And what precisely it is that they've stockpiled, well, we don't have any idea. Brie. Two sources told the Telegraph that there had been a heated row between Mr. Hammond and Mr. Gove. Go on, Phil, kill him. I'm sorry, got a little carried away there. Somewhat lost my mind for a moment. Don't do it, Phil, it ain't worth it. Michael Gove said to have raised concerns about whether there will be enough ferry capacity to transport food and medicines in the event of a no-deal Brexit. And I expect the answer is no. Yes. Considering they were so desperate that they entered into a contract to provide ferry services with a company that doesn't have ferries. And that, unless something has happened that I'm unaware of, no ferry company seems inclined to associate itself with this situation, because we might look unkindly on any company that we can blame for the calamity that awaits us. That's possible. I'm not saying that is the reason, but it's possible. The Chancellor described Brexit as a large black cloud hanging over the UK economy, which is distracting government from its domestic priorities, which I think is treasonable talk, as any fool know that Brexit is in fact our glorious escape from the clutches of our evil European overlords, and things have never looked better than where we are now. Or whatever Jacob Rees-Mogg said last. Asked if a no-deal Brexit would be in the UK's best interest, Chancellor Phil said, I have been crystal clear on this for the last 2.5 years. That is what I am working for all day, every day, and so long as I believe I am able to influence that outcome and help us get a good outcome here, which will protect British jobs and British prosperity, that is what I will go on doing. I think after a while they all start to speak the same, like police persons. It was preaching, so I speak from a northerly direction. That's police persons, but politicians always say, I have been working for the best interest of the country, and I am working for the best interest of the country, and I will continue to work for the best interests of the country in the future. It's the rule of threes. But the leading Brexiteer ultras couldn't disagree more. that what is best for the country is to avoid a no deal at all costs. And they yelled as much, did the fundamentalist Brexiteers, over the sound of the engines of their yachts parked off the coast of Monaco. They've left and are still trying to direct the ship. And we're still not missing you, by the way, but we are missing your money, you tax exiles. We could have used those taxes to hire nurses and buy hospital beds, but you ran off to make sure you can keep all of your billions. Still, if that's what makes you happy, we'll just stay here and try to keep on as best we can. Don't worry about us. Oh, you weren't. And never mind the fact that taxpayers paid for your NHS treatment and the treatment of the workers who made your riches possible, and the roads you used to deliver your goods on, and the police that kept order so you could go about making the money that you now are squirreling away in tax havens. Don't give it a second's thought. Oh, you haven't? Well, that's all right then. Jack in Manchester says, egg and spoon race for the leader. Egg and spoon race for leader contest, is what he says. Sounds like a listener with material. Anthony in Greenwich says, Jeremy Corbyn, reasonable. Supporting the provisional IRA and the current Venezuelan leader, reasonable. Anti-Semitism, reasonable. Corbyn will never be PM. Thank God, he says. Here's Paul. Jan.
Hi, Nick.
Jan.
Well, I'm pleased to confirm that Brown Sugar is the greatest record ever made.
It's the greatest single that has ever been made.
Rock and roll!
And that is a fact, yes.
But I'm afraid I cannot agree with you on another subject, and that subject is goldfinches.
What?
I recall, 2-3 months ago, you're announcing that you'd evicted all the goldfinches from your garden because of the mess they were making.
But I didn't evict them. I just changed the food that I was putting out for the birds.
You starved them out.
No.
Right? Now, I'm a man who owns a 2-story, 4-hole bird feeder.
Oh, what?
A 2-story, 4-holer, which is permanently full of sunflower seed and a permanent flock of goldfinches. And every time I go out there, I think to myself, I wonder how those goldfinches are doing that he starved out of his garden.
Yes, cruelly.
While he sat behind the window there with a cup of coffee and probably a fancy French croissant. And they're down the bloody local food bank with their beaks agape, saying, give us something, we've been evicted. Have you relented?
I think you missed about cruelly evicted.
Cruelly evicted indeed. Have you relented on this one? Are they back?
Well, no. I've put out fat balls, which are as disgusting as they sound.
Now, that's fine for the blue tits.
No, it isn't, because no bird is eating them. They just flat out refuse to eat them. They're being disintegrated by rain and wind.
Are these decent quality fat balls or pound shop stuff?
They taste fantastic, Jan.
They do. Because I've used various types of fat ball in my time. In fact, I'm a bit of a fat ball connoisseur. And if there's nothing wrong with the fat balls, have you got angry-looking feral cats prowling around your garden?
No. I would say, though, that the fat balls are last year's issue.
Aha. Now...
Well, they don't go off, do they?
I think you might have... Well, I think they do, because I have, on occasion, attempted to economise a bit on them, and I've bought ones which I think have been in stock for far too long, and they're like concrete. I have to break them up with a knife.
Right.
I tell you what, with fat balls, squirrels like them.
Well, I've got them in anti-squirrel cages.
Sort of cages. So you've laid out good money on these cages.
Huge amounts.
And you look out your window and there's absolutely nothing happening.
Nothing.
But you'd rather have that than have a flock of black and gold and white goldfinches fluttering round and knocking back the...
Well, they are very entertaining, there's no doubt about it. They're the brightest thing in the garden, without exception. But they're just pigs. They just sit on the perches and they just eat and eat and eat. Every other bird flies in, takes one seed and then flies away. But the finches, they just take up residence.
Some of these birds, they've got to eat half their body weight in a day to keep going.
Well, I can't afford to
keep. Like that,
I can't afford to keep up.
Well, I don't know what the solution to this is, but it's a permanent worry for me down here.
What about, can I substitute, and I really don't want to go down this route because it just sounds appalling, but can I give them dead worm bits?
Mealworms?
Yes.
Robins love mealworms, and I think a goldfinch might well not turn its beak up at a mealworm. Most things seem to like them, and they're very nice things to handle.
Now, you said that there was perhaps an issue with me being cheap and buying...
I did hint at it.
Insufficiently excellent fat balls.
Yeah.
Well, how much have you got to spend on these blooming birds?
Well, myself, I buy in bulk.
Yes. Well, that's what I did, and I couldn't give them away last year. So they spent the year in a sealed box, and then I took them out, and they don't want them no more.
Yeah. You see, imagine if you bought a packet of cheese last year and put it away in a sealed box for a year.
I like
and you
cheese.
Go home and you think, I'll have a nice Welsh rarebit or a toasted cheese or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might kind of run into the same problem. But
I'm not
presented correctly.
I don't have to eat half of my body weight every day, and I'm not a bird.
Yeah, but they do, they haven't really got any choice.
No, but they do though. They must have a choice.
They've gone?
I've got no idea. They fly in gangs like some malevolent group.
So you just kick the can down the road, in effect.
Well, they've gone somewhere else. I'm sure I haven't killed them all. But
no, you probably haven't killed them all. They're probably just foraging like maniacs, trying to get a freebie somewhere.
Well, that's what birds do, isn't it?
A lot of them do, but it's up to us to give them a hand during the cold winter months. They're stocking up.
Well, it's not like I've not done my bit. I've spent about £100 on various squirrel-proofing equipment and the stuff that goes in them.
Well, I should be back to you on this one. I think the answer is to dispose of these cut-price fat balls that you got from the market.
Right.
Which probably fell off a lorry somewhere. And to invest in some decent quality ones, which when you test them with your thumbnail, there's a little bit of give in them. There's a little bit of grease comes out. There's a bit of nutrition in there.
No, we're talking about the balls, not the birds.
The fat balls. No, I wouldn't try and handle the birds. That can have ugly results.
Yeah.
They will defend themselves.
Well, so will I.
You would if you lived in the wild. You've got cats below you and a sparrowhawk above you.
Yeah, every now and again there's a pile of feathers on my lawn, which I find a little bit disturbing.
Is there? Sounds like a sparrowhawk in the neighbourhood.
No, not a sparrow. I've seen a sparrowhawk go about its business once. It was like, get David Attenborough on the phone and he can explain it to us. God, it was really alarming. Yeah. This thing that looked like it was from Jurassic Park was on my lawn, just ripping a pigeon apart. And it took about half an hour. And I went down there afterwards once it had gone, and there was absolutely nothing left. There was barely even a feather left.
This is it, nature red in tooth and claw, you see.
Exactly.
I mean, this the current political situation and the situation you've described seem very similar to
me. You tried giving a fat ball to a hawk, probably kill you.
I'd laugh at you. They want flesh. They're like Rizzo with that gun in that film.
Yeah. You can't.
I want something's flesh.
You can't advertise a vegan lifestyle to a sparrowhawk.
It will look through you. I think a vegan would run a mile if it saw a sparrow or a peregrine falcon at work.
No, but I think that the piles of feathers are cat-related.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's nothing much really you can do about that.
No, not really. I thought about investing in one of those high-powered water squirter guns.
Yeah, I think that is probably the most humane way to deal with cats.
And taking up a position in the garden. But, I can't be there 24 hours a day.
What a sort of sniper.
Yeah, exactly.
Laying flat.
Yeah. I mean, if only I could come to some arrangement with the blackbirds, because those are the ones that I'm concerned about the most. I mean, pigeons, I'm not really that bothered. I mean, I know it's not nice, but I'm not that bothered about pigeons. But if the cats start eating the blackbirds, then that's the line that I draw.
The super soaker gun. Right. Well, I'm slightly heartened to hear that you've got your squirrel-proof fat ball thing out.
Yes.
And I think if you're prepared to invest in a little bit better quality product, can I suggest Little Peckers?
No.
All right. They're remarkably, their product is remarkably good. And you'll have a bit more luck with the balls, but I do think you should reconsider about those goldfinches. They are a constant worry to me, even though I've never met them.
Right, okay, well, I'll pass your concerns on if I ever see them again.
And Brown Sugar is the greatest record.
It's the greatest record ever.
Rock and roll!
All right.
Good evening.
Thanks
to
a
you,
lot,
sir.
Jan. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Did that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
No.
But we're just discussing the issues here. Anne says, has anybody seen Boris recently? Where's he hiding? Speaking of fat balls.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And Jim says, why don't we quickly bring back Bozo from the FO? He's the only one who can save us. Ugh. If he is the only one that can save us, then we're really in trouble. Things are worse than I thought. This looks like a job for Super Boris. Oh, please. Connect caller in Dagenham. Julian?
Yes, I'm here.
Julian?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just want to respond to your previous Labour Party supporter who was claiming that Jeremy Corbyn was going to win the next election. Well, he couldn't win against Theresa May when she ran the worst campaign I can ever remember.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, that was sort of underlining my point. He should be way ahead by now, or the Labour Party should be.
And that's also with a constituency boundary changes that never took place, which were in favour. So the current system is actually in favour of Labour anyway, and he still couldn't win. Well,
I think the problem that they have is that the defining issue of the moment is Brexit, and they don't stand apart from the Conservative Party on that issue.
No. And also, well, Theresa May ran for a mandate to give her a free hand on Brexit, and everybody said no. Yeah, she said that she was asking the country for a mandate to do her vision of Brexit, and when the country voted her back in without a majority, she still thought that was a mandate.
She just keeps hearing the word no, and furthermore...
No.
How much no can one woman take?
Well, it depends. She's a Maybot, so she's on auto-repeat, isn't she?
I just think that I mean, why... If I were her, I don't think I'd still be doing that job. I think I'd have given it up and gone and put my feet up and just gone on holiday for the rest of my life. I mean, she can't be desperately in need of money, can she?
No, but like David Cameron, quit the next day.
Well, exactly. I think that she's there trying to do her duty to try to gain some success out of this catastrophe that has been gifted to her by her predecessor.
Yeah, but I mean, managing the Conservatives is like herding a bunch of kittens. It's not possible.
Well, you could say that about any group of human beings who haven't been turned into yes people. And,
yeah. I can see your point there, but
yes.
No, I mean, it's unmanageable, and I think what it does say is that she was massively ambitious to be Prime Minister at any cost.
Well, I think that you could say that about any politician. I mean, any politician that wants to become an MP must have a thought, at least briefly, about ascending to the top job, and that chance will only come around once. Unless you're incredibly lucky, you only get one go, and so you can't say, "Oh no, Are you all right?
I'm fine. Yeah, sorry, I just had a cough.
You can't say, "Oh no, I'll not take it now," but ask me again in a couple of years. So you just got to take it when it's available to you. I do feel almost a little bit sorry for her. Almost a little bit.
Yes, except of course, I don't think she's got any personality, so there's no point feeling sorry for her. She wouldn't understand.
That's a little bit unfair. She's not she's not an actual automaton, you know.
No, well, an automaton is mechanical, which is just a computer program on a continuous loop.
With great shoes.
Excellent shoes.
Yeah.
Yes. Have you seen the leopard print ones?
I have.
Yeah.
She can't walk in them very well, but they do look great when she's standing still. All right.
What about when she's dancing?
I'll have to say no there. All right, thanks a lot, Julian. 0345 6060 973. Irene says, have you tried suet pellets for your birds? Well, I thought that's what fat balls were. But the word pellets rather suggests that they're smaller than a ball. So no is the answer to that question. I've tried fat balls, which I thought were suet balls. I mean, if I just cut them up into smaller, would that help? Probably not. I think when I put them out first, a few birds did try, but not in a greater enough number to actually count as a success. Some alight on the feeder, look at it, and then just leave, which I find offensive. Jack says, fat balls and little peckers. What does that mean? Rob says, I purchase lion dung and spread it around my perimeter fence. Cats do not enter my garden and slay my garden birds. Well, what about lions? Where do you get lion dung from? Don't tell me. Waitrose. Let's have Taunton. Hello, John.
Oh, hiya. Oh, it just caught me when I was getting a tissue. Sorry.
Excuse me?
Yeah, sorry. I was getting a tissue because my nose is running.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Sorry about that. You were talking about Jeremy Corbyn and the polls.
Yes.
And you were saying that the polls should be better for him.
They should be way out in the lead.
No. The reason why he's not way out in the lead is, first of all, is the mainstream media and the newspapers are out to get him. And people, I think a lot of people, they don't see further than their noses when it comes to what's really going on. And the people, a lot of people are superficial when it comes to news.
Well,
and what they hear on the,
I think you should have
on the local news.
You could have just ended that sentence at superficial. A lot of people are superficial. I think almost everybody is. I know I am.
No, yeah, but you've got more depth in you because you see the bigger picture. A lot of people don't. A lot of people. I talk to people about politics and they're clueless.
But what do you mean by the bigger picture? Where do you get the bigger picture from if it's not from newspapers? Please don't say Facebook.
The newspapers, majority of the newspapers in this country are right-wing. They're the people that you were talking about earlier on who want to... they're scared of a Jeremy Corbyn government because of his... he wanted to sort of break up their monopoly.
Yes, that's right. But are they not preaching to the converted? I mean, it's a lot...
Well, some people are gullible.
Well, wait a minute. It's unlikely that somebody who reads the Daily Mail, for instance, would be voting Labour, isn't it?
Yes, I understand. But how many other... all right, then. What papers are Labour then?
Well, you could make an argument for The Guardian being...
not really, with the way it's been behaving lately.
How's it been?
It's more Lib Dem.
Is it?
Yes.
Well,
I read to it.
Not sure about that.
It criticises Corbyn and everything they're doing with Brexit and anti-Semitism.
I know that Jeremy Corbyn is anti-Europe, but it just seems to me like such an open goal that a party could be the opposite of what the Tories are doing as far as Brexit's concerned. That just seems to be a huge opportunity that they're missing because the leader of the Labour Party kind of agrees with where the Tories are going on this.
Well, no, there's a difference. He wants a customs union, and he wants to make sure that you don't have a no-deal Brexit.
Well, do you think that he actually thinks... Wait a minute.
He has not ruled out a no-deal Brexit.
John, do you think that he actually thinks that, or he's been pushed into saying that?
No, I think he believes it. I think he's an honest and genuine person. And this is it. See, people. I can't understand. I'm not a Labour member. I don't believe it. I won't vote Labour here because it's a Tory constituency where I live. There's not a cat's chance in hell of Labour winning the seat where I live in Taunton.
Well, not if people don't vote for Labour.
Well, the share of the vote did go up from 4,000 to 10,000 in 2017.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, the Tory won the seat with nearly 30,000 votes.
Right.
So there's no point.
So who do you vote for?
The only other MPs we've had here previously was a narrowly victory for Lib Dems.
Well, so who do you vote for then?
Right, my heart is Labour, but I vote tactically Lib Dem to get the Tories out.
Okay. And how's that working out for you?
It's not, unfortunately.
No.
That's not. The political system is broken. We don't have proportional representation.
Yeah, well, that seems also a wide open goal. But I think that if the two main parties do,
he's got enemies in his own party at every turn.
Every party's got enemies in their party. Everybody hates everybody else all of the time.
I understand that, right? But you think, what you call it, those defectors that have left to form TIG, the independent group, would see the bigger picture and just realise that trying to get rid of the Tories. They're not going to get rid of the Tories like this.
Well, it does seem likely that they will split the remaining vote.
You've got three Tory MPs, right, who are completely different economic values to the others.
Well, you would assume so. Yeah, you would assume so. Yeah, it seems unlikely that any of them can agree with each other and produce some sort of coherent manifesto that they are all in concert with. I just don't really get it. But I would expect by this time next week that there will be another group that have allied themselves together along their traditional political party lines, that there'll be an independent Conservative group and an independent Labour group. Both independent of the independent group.
See how this pans out, and also who funds them, because they are a company; they're not a party.
Well, they are they're soliciting funding from us. They want us to pay them money. Now, I'm sure that they are also would be delighted if people with more money than we have, John, would chip in.
This is why the system is broken. There's no transparency.
Well, the only way to fix that is for us all to pay a tax so that we can fund our political parties.
Oh yeah, directly. I 100% agree with you.
Do you?
100%.
Right, that's just you then. Because I think the very idea of paying more money to fund political parties might get people dropping their tea.
Well, not if it means you're not going to be sort of people who have got lobbyists who are trying to influence policy.
I think that will continue to be the case, one way or the other.
Yeah, but there should be some sort of checks on this lobbying and the way they can influence legislation.
I completely agree, and you know who else agrees? David Cameron. It was a long time ago now. It was just after.
I remember him saying that.
Exactly. It was just after
but he doesn't believe it.
It was just after the MP's expenses scandal came to light, and David Cameron said out loud that the next major political scandal would be about lobbying, and it's almost as though he said it by accident, because he didn't mention a word about it since, not a syllable. And neither did anybody else. Curious, that. Maybe he was drunk in Carnforth. Hey up, Annie.
Hey up, Nick. How you doing?
I'm great, mate. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thanks.
Excellent.
I'm knackered now, but at this time of night. Sorry about my... whatever.
Very, very rude.
Sorry. Yes, very tired at this time of night. Yes, I just rung you up to take you up on something you said ages ago, and you've probably forgotten you said it now. But you said something about people who were successsul were particularly intelligent.
I deny ever having said that.
I think you did say something about it. You know, it was probably because they were intelligent that they were successful.
Oh yeah, I did say that.
You did say that, yes.
No, I didn't. To be precise, what I said was, and I made a great point of covering myself by trying to be as reasonable as I possibly could, I said that if you take out the luck part, which is the common variable, and I think is the thing that affects people's success in life almost completely, it's almost all about luck. So if you take that out, what you got left is probably more likely than not that somebody who is successful will be more intelligent, perhaps, more likely than not in every case, of course, but we're talking about averages here. If you take the luck out, then somebody who is more successful will be more intelligent on average than somebody who is less successful. That seems reasonable.
Do you mean that if somebody who comes from a really underprivileged background becomes very successful, then they are probably brighter than somebody whose parents have had the money to send them to Eton, like most of the shadow cabinet, not the shadow cabinet, the cabinet. You know, about half of them have all been
because
to Eton.
that's the luck part.
Yes, I was also going to say, you know, it's all to do with luck, really, isn't it?
Almost everything is to do with luck, but you can't legislate for luck, and you can't blame luck or any of those things. So if you take luck out, and luck is, to be clear, are you healthy? Were you born to parents who wanted you, who were bright, who encouraged you? Did you go to a good school? Did you go to a school where people weren't disrupting the class? Did you have a good teacher? Did you have, a good mental health when you went through school? Did you, and so on and so on. All of life is luck. 99% of life is luck, but if you take that out, then it is more likely than not, that somebody who is more successful will be more intelligent than somebody who is less successful. Is that true?
Possibly. Possibly. I think if you come from a really underprivileged background and but I think to some extent it has to be luck as well with that.
Yeah.
You know, get some lucky breaks.
Of course. You meet somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who gets you a job in a place, and you meet somebody there, or you have an idea because you saw something on the wall in that place at that time. It's like meeting your life partner. I mean, if you think about how you met, the incredibly unlikely events that caused you to meet at a specific place and time, I mean, that's just luck too.
Definitely, yeah.
Because if you'd gone and got the next bus, or you were grumpy that day, so you didn't talk to whoever it was that came up to you, then you would never have met that person, and you wouldn't be with them for your entire life or the weekend.
Yes, I know what you mean, but I do think if you look at the top of society, whether it's MPs or the judiciary or also, anything really at the top of society, even journalists, the BBC. Mm-hmm. I mean, only 7% of people go to private schools.
Yes, luck.
But, 40% of BBC journalists are Oxford educated and in private schools.
That's luck right there. Of course it is.
Yeah, and the same with the MPs and the judiciary and all of them.
Because those kids didn't, by their own hard work, get to go to Eton. They just got sent there by their rich parents.
Yes, they had the good fortune to be born to very wealthy families.
Exactly.
Yeah. So oh well. Yeah, I got a bit. My brain is too scrambled tonight. I'm too tired. Actually, I got a bit. I missed the bit where you said it was mainly luck. Yeah.
I was falling over myself trying to say something that was a little bit controversial, but trying to take the controversy out for in order not to upset people like your good self.
Oh, well, that's all right. I'm just too tired to concentrate properly.
It's just luck. That's what life is. It's one lucky or unlucky break after the next. That's
yes, plenty of unlucky ones I'm having at the moment. But talking of your birds...
Yes.
I think that's very mean of you to stop feeding the goldfinches.
What?
I do. I really do. I feel terrible about our birds because we fed our birds all year round, actually. But since my partner had his accident, neither of us can feed the birds now. So since May, they haven't been fed, and still occasionally they come and sit in the tree. I look out of my window and I look at them, I think, oh, poor things, I feel so mean about them all.
Well, let's not anthropomorphise. They probably would arrive if food was there, but they probably won't bother if there isn't, and they can probably see that the food is or is not there from a good distance away. And if they're not at your place, then they'll be somewhere else. Because birds, let's not forget, are they're a wild animal. They're not completely dependent on us. They'll come for a free meal, right enough, but mostly they go out and find food. That's why there's hundreds of millions, billions. I think don't cats chew through 100 million birds a year in this country? It's something incredible like that, which means that there must be billions of birds all getting on perfectly well without me putting out sunflower seeds.
I do think the RSPB did put out some information a while ago saying that if you feed birds all year round, it can increase their populations by up to 25%, especially things like sparrows, sparrows are getting quite scarce now, which seems ridiculous because they used to be so common. And also starlings. Starlings are getting quite scarce, although we've got a fair few round here. There are plenty of other people around here that do feed the birds. It's just that I miss them, and I feel a bit mean because they still come every now and again and they poke about in the tree and look where we used to hang all the feeders, and then they go off again. So. But the goldfinches, they are seed feeders. That's why they just sit there and munch and munch and munch and munch. Yeah. Whereas the other birds that you were talking about that just take one, they're not just seed feeders. They'll eat other things. Whereas all the finches, they're just seed feeders. So that's what they like.
They're just so greedy, though. And they're very aggressive. They take up residence on one of those perches. I've only got 2 perches. And they'll come in like some malevolent gang, a very pretty coloured malevolent gang, right enough. But they'll come in and just take occupation, and no other bird can get a look in. They sit there and they just chew and chew and chew, and they're the dirtiest eaters because almost everything that they stick in their beaks falls out, and there's this giant pile of bits all over everywhere, which you would think would encourage ground-feeding birds to come and eat. But the problem with that is that it's right near a hedge where I know that cats hide. Because I've seen piles of pigeon feathers just near where that hedge is. So I know that there's at least one cat that knows that that's where birds congregate. So I'm a bit loath to let goldfinches give a giant pile of food for a ground feeder bird to eat in that spot.
Oh, there is a solution to that because we do that. If underneath your feeders you need to get washing up bowls and put very fine chicken wire, just the really sort of small chicken wire, so that birds can't get in and poke through it, and then it catches all the bits. The other birds can't get into it because it's unhealthy for a disease point of view to have bits all over the floor, because other birds will come along, and finches particularly have quite a nasty disease that they can give to each other, and to some other birds.
Well, what about me?
Oh, not you. No, just to each other. So, it was about 10 years ago it came in, and it really nearly wiped out green finches around here. They're sort of recovering a bit now. But the goldfinches weren't as badly hit, but it does particularly hit finches. So it's best to, get your washing up bowls out there with very fine chicken wire. And then it all drops into there. And you
more equipment.
Yeah, well, doesn't cost much, does it? And you have to empty them every now and again. It gets a bit pongy, so you need to get your rubber gloves on.
Again, you're not selling this to me.
But it does
disease,
work,
smell, equipment, blimey.
Yes, it's not that much.
It's like once you start on this route, there's just no end to it.
Yes, it does take a lot of time looking after them properly, and because, you should clean your feeders once at least every fortnight, really. Yeah. Yes,
which is not a job I look forward to at all.
And sterilise them as well.
Sterilise them?
Yeah, we use Milton, the baby bottle stuff. We clean them and then we put them in Milton afterwards.
I'm going to be starving to death, trying to save up enough money to feed the blooming birds.
Yeah.
But anyway, leave it with me, Annie. I've obviously got a lot of work to do.
Definitely.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bowls out.
Yeah, all right, I will. I have to go and buy one first, but I wish I hadn't started this now. Who knows what might happen between now and 10 o'clock this evening, but whatever it is, we'll chew it up and spit it out then, eh?
What the hell is going on?
I'm glad you asked, Donnie. The weather is what's going on. This is the part that affects us most. Britons have been basking in the unseasonably warm sun today. We are a nation of right baskers. Temperatures have hit 21 degrees centigrade. Can you believe that? And somebody was kind enough to call me a stupid moron yesterday and say that I had got it all wrong, my equation to translate centigrade into Fahrenheit. Apparently, you double it, take 10% off, and then add 32, as though I need further complications. I can do this in my head. 21 centigrade to Fahrenheit is double 21, take off 10% and add 32, which is, I don't know, 8. Is it 8?
Yes.
It's 8 Fahrenheit today. Can you believe that?
No.
Temperatures are more than twice as high as the average for February. And as it will be climbing to 18 centigrade or higher on Sunday, Britain is going to be warmer than Bermuda, wherever that is. Apparently warm air is coming to Britain from Morocco. It's going to cross Spain and France, and it's going to come over here and make things nice. Unfortunately, there will also be a band of rain sweeping in from Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland, and I'm sorry, Glasgow, but that means you. Why does it always rain on you? Met Office meteorologist Dean said it is exceptionally mild for the time of year. It's pretty impressive, bearing in mind that this time last year we were talking about the beast from the east. Really, was that 12 months ago? The beast from the east. The pestle with the vessel... No, wait. The vessel with the pestle has the brew that is true. I forget the rest of it. I can't remember. The beast from the east was 12 months ago. That is so scary, isn't it? Time just ticks by. Where does it go? He said, what a difference... This meteorology says, what a difference 12 months make. 9,216 little hours. And from tomorrow morning, areas of cloud and fog will clear, bringing what is expected to be another dry day, with the best of the sunshine being across the southeast, which is why it's more expensive to live there. And what's the outlook for the rest of the month? And for next month, I hear you ask. Well, I looked it up. I did research, if you can believe that. It's going to be largely dry and sunny and mild, and that will continue until the end of February. Although rain and strong winds will affect the... guess where? That's right. Always. It's such a tiny little island. You think that the weather would be the same at the top as it is at the bottom, but it ain't necessarily so. It's probably because of science, I expect. By early March, we're likely to see stronger winds and rain at times. You see, when it gets nice at this time of year, you always think, oh, well, we're out of the woods now. It's going to be a smooth transition to summer. I can get my cosy out. But no. It might actually snow next month on higher ground. So they say. But, more likely, milder conditions will remain, with the occasional colder spell, which could bring overnight frosts, and the best chance of fine and dry weather with some sunshine will be in the south and the east, as usual. So, really, it looks like we got away with no winter. Again. And it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now, I don't know where to start. It's fair blows my mind, really, the stuff that's going on. It's just difficult to keep up, isn't it? It's like the title of my latest book, coincidentally. It's a 24-hour-a-day newsgasm. I'd just like it to stop every now and again. Just, can we go through a whole day without having news squirted all over us? Well, there was... this letter that was in the mail that caused some concern all round. MPs Amber Rudd, the Work and Pensions Secretary, Greg Clark, the Business Secretary, and David Gauke, the Justice Secretary, wrote a column for the Daily Mail appealing for a Tory unity. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
They write, in the next few days, it has to be hoped that we can achieve a breakthrough in our negotiations with the EU, and a new deal can be presented to Parliament. Are they back from their holidays yet?
No.
You believe that? In this moment of a catastrophe, they decided to skip away on their jolly holidays. I am stunned. I mean, Sajid Javid should associate that lot with treason. Never mind about that dopey woman. They write, in the next few days it is to be hoped that we can achieve a breakthrough in our negotiations with the EU and a deal can be presented to Parliament. They said after months of uncertainty, years, after months of uncertainty, it is time that MPs recognise the need to get a deal, accept that this is the only deal on offer and support it. They said once the deal is passed, the benefits will be felt nationally. Optimism will surge, relief will be palpable. We will have... I don't know whether they're deliberately trying to be funny or whether it is just amusing me. Optimism will surge, really. Relief will be palpable. You'll be able to feel it with both hands. They said that we will have pulled back from the damaging precipice of no deal and we can put the divisions behind us. They don't know us very well, do they? And besides, that doesn't sound like the opposite to Project Fear, Project Hope. Or rather, it does sound like the opposite to, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm overcome with joy. My optimism is surging. I'll take a picture of it and send it to you in a post if you like.
Disgusting.
They said, here's where it gets, they're disappointed. They're not angry, they're just disappointed. They said too many of our parliamentary colleagues appear complacent about the consequences of leaving the EU without a deal. And we know who they're talking about, don't we? The usual suspects.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, the old Etonians. That lot. I don't know what they instill in them in that place. That's the end of that sentence. I don't know what they instill in them in that place. How should I know? It's got nothing to do with me. This country was like this when I got here. They said our economy will be damaged severely, both in... Oh, here we go with the Project Fear. Grip onto something firm, everybody. It's about to get rocky. Our economy will be damaged severely in both the short and the long term if we crash out without a deal. Or, as a listener corrected me a while ago, you're not allowed to say crash out without a deal. You're supposed to say sail out on a cloud of perfume without a deal. That sounds nicer, doesn't it? Our economy is going to be damaged severely both in the short and long term, they said. Costs will increase, businesses that rely on just-in-time supply chains will be severely disrupted, and investment will be discouraged. Well, that's happened already. Keep up. Do you get the papers where you live, Amber? Everybody's rushing to the exit already. Even the top Brexiteers are rushing to the exit, desperate to try to keep some of the billions of pounds that they've earned off the backs of the workers who have to stay here and keep paying blooming taxes. Not that I'm upset about that, you understand? But that sounds like treason to me. I might get onto that later. They said obviously trade with the EU will become harder, but so will trade with important non-EU economies such as Japan and South Korea, with whom we currently trade with the benefit of free trade agreements available for EU members. And I'm sure they're not going to treat us with the same respect that they treat the might of the EU, little old us bobbing about on the waves, rudderless, mateless. They said our national security will be weakened. Well, not with a very scary Defence Secretary at the helm, surely not. Not with Captain Gavin. Really, could Theresa May not have found somebody a little more scary than Gavin Williamson to be our chief protector? I mean, come on. He's like, it's like what's the name of the stupid boy from Dad's Army? Pike. He's like Pike. Don't tell him your name, Pike. And those F-35s that we've just had delivered, oh, they're so fantastic. The F-35, they're swoop and soar. Oh, they're great. Those, they're broken, aren't they? They don't work. The Americans are behind the design of them, and apparently they were designed badly. which is amazing considering how smart Americans are.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Anyway, they say our national security is going to be weakened and the integrity of the United Kingdom will be put at risk.
Oh, no.
As in, we can say ta-ta to Scotland, and furthermore,
bye-bye
to Wales. And we don't even mention the island of Ireland. Our national security will be weakened and the integrity of the United Kingdom will be put at risk. You believe that? Which does sound like a Project Fear, as certain individuals would put it.
I'm a nutcase.
Mentioning no names. They say far from Brexit resulting in a newly independent United Kingdom stepping boldly into the wider world, crashing out on March the 29th would see us poorer, less secure, and potentially splitting up. They said our hope is that Parliament recognises that we should leave the EU on March the 29th with a deal. However, if there is no breakthrough in the coming week, and here comes the part that's going to exercise you, potentially. If there is no breakthrough in the coming week, the balance of opinion in Parliament is clear that it would be better to seek to extend Article 50 and delay a date of departure rather than crash out of the European Union on March the 29th. What do you think of that? Yes. A delay. Can you believe it? A delay before we enjoy our glorious exit from underneath the auspices of our evil European overlords. I don't think I can stand it anymore. When's the good bit come? It's time, they say, that many of our Conservative parliamentary colleagues in the ERG... You know the ERG, don't you? No! Yes, that's them. It's time they recognise that Parliament will stop a disastrous no-deal Brexit on March the 29th. And if that happens, they will have no one to blame but themselves for delaying Brexit. Which sounds like a threat. Vote for whatever Mrs M can get, which you won't like, or have Brexit delayed, which you will like even less. So, over to you, Lord Snooty. What do you say? Please answer in words of 6 syllables or less and refrain from referring to yourself using the pronoun one, because it makes one sound rather pompous, and one wouldn't want that, would one?
No.
Tell me what this is all about.
Yes, it appears to be about Theresa May's supporters threatening those of the ERG. I think that Theresa May could snap Jacob Rees-Mogg in two like a swizzle stick. Kick him with one of your hard shoes, Mrs M. Let's have a call in Acton. Hello, Andrew.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi. Okay. I was listening to your stuff about Brexit, and I was trying to think there are kind of 5 steps to disaster we've had in this. So...
Step 1.
Step 1 was a referendum which did not have any safeguards built into it.
I know. I want the name of the chump who said that we should have a referendum.
Oh, well, that was David Cameron.
Oh, right.
But actually, before that, remember, the Liberal Democrats also said we should have a referendum, so he wasn't alone in that.
Yeah.
But
I want to know the name of the person who thinks that we should have a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
I mean, who in their right mind thinks that we should have a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
Okay, funny enough, that's the one thing I agree with Nigel Farage about, but can I go back to it? Because the thing is, there are 2 types of referendum. There's an advisory referendum
now,
and there's a binding referendum.
Is the plural of referendum referenda?
No, I think it's referendums, but I'm not going to go...
Referendums?
I think so, but I'm not going to go to the stake on that.
Okay.
But I am going to go to the stake on this, that there are 2 different types of referenda, if you want. So...
Is it referendii?
No, definitely not that.
No. I got that
so look,
wrong.
but there's advisory and there's binding. And there's a big difference.
No, well, not really. I mean, if you go through the whole process of asking the people what they think, I mean, you don't just get the response and then say, oh, we were just kidding, we weren't really that bothered about what you think in the first place.
Hold on.
Okay, then.
No, genuinely, there is well-known distinction between an advisory and a binding.
Well, I know legally, yeah, but people don't have that distinction in their minds, do they? Not when they go to the polls.
I agree with that. That's actually step 2 in
they got to put their dressing gown on and their dress slippers, and they got to scrape their dinner off the front of their shirts, and they got to go all the way down to the polling station.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But it's because they were sold a false prospectus by David Cameron, because he said, we will do what you vote. He kind of turned an advisory referendum into a politically binding referendum.
What an idiot. Somebody should lock that shed that he's in.
But hold on. And he didn't have the safeguards that you have in a binding referendum. Guess who it was?
Now, what safeguards do you have in a binding referendum?
Okay, so usually you have to have at least a minimum turnout, and for example, you would have to say that more than 50% of the electorate have to vote in favour of the change from the status quo.
Yeah, that makes
a binding
sense.
Referendum.
That makes sense to me.
That makes sense. And guess who asked for that to be built in to the legislation? It was the late lamented Alex Salmond. And guess who said no? It was Cameron's government, particularly David Lidington. He said, no, we don't need that. This is only advisory. I promise you, he said that.
Really?
Yeah. And so this is the first step down the slippery slope. And then the next step down the slippery slope is David Cameron, who after his government has said, no, we don't need the safeguards because it's only advisory, he comes out and says, by the way, we will do what you, the people, say. So, hey presto, we have suddenly a de facto binding referendum which hasn't got any of the safeguards. That, to me, is
stupid.
Misgovernance.
Yeah, okay, well, that's a fancy way of saying stupid.
Yeah.
We're still not missing you, David Cameron, by the way, in case you were wondering. We know where we can find you if we do. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools.
But hold on, because that's David Cameron. But then, who do we get coming onto the stage? Centre-left?
Yes.
Or centre-right, as you put. Theresa May. What does she do? She suddenly announces she knows what everybody who voted in the referendum thinks. And she announces, based on what she says everybody wanted, these are my red lines.
Oh, her and her red lines.
By the way, her red lines were dreamt up by a combination of her and Nick Timothy, her special advisor. They didn't even tell the cabinet about it. They just announced these. So suddenly you've got some red lines which completely tie your hands in the negotiations because they rule out about kind of 80% of the possible relationships with Europe. And she hasn't even got this past her cabinet. And then what does she do? Then she goes down the...
I can't wait to find out what happens next. Go on.
Okay. Next, no deal is better than a bad deal.
Oh, blimey. If I've heard that once, I've heard it...
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that one.
Probably not, no.
But anyway, this... And then she marches down this route for about 2 years, pausing after 1 year to agree to the backstop.
Well, and to rub her sore feet, because it's very difficult to walk in those shoes. I mean, they look fantastic, Mrs. M, but you just can't walk in them.
I know. And what was the great idea she had when she was walking in them? Let's have an election. She got that on a walking holiday, by the way.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Okay. So, anyway, so we've got the advisory referendum that turns into a binding referendum that doesn't have any of the safeguards, with the red lines that Mrs. May's dreamt up with her special advisor, to the election that, who has idea that was. But then... we have her wasting time because she suddenly realized, my God, I've started this 2-year process, but I don't know what the flip I'm doing. And so every time anything awkward comes up, she kicks the can down the road, except in December, and I think it was 2017, it seems like a lifetime ago, she agreed to the backstop. Say that again, she agreed to the backstop. Now she's busy trying to renegotiate this kind of 15 months later. I mean, Theresa, if she was the CEO of a company in the FTSE 100 or even the FTSE 250, she would by now be facing lawsuits from all her shareholders who are saying, excuse me, did you not think to plan anything?
Well, yeah, I think probably more accurately, she would be invited to leave and given a 7-figure check.
No. Christmas. Not in my world, she wouldn't. She would be facing a shareholders' lawsuit, and she would be writing out, with the aid of her insurers, if she's got them, a 7-figure sum for all the chaos that she has created.
Can we get straight to the punishment? Let's get to the punishment part.
Okay, the punishment part is out on her ear now and facing proceedings for misconduct in public office. That's what I think the punishment should be, actually. I mean, I really think she is a disgrace.
Yeah, plus that bag doesn't go with those shoes. Don't forget that.
Oh, that's even worse.
All right, well, thanks for laying it all out for us, Andrew. I feel even more depressed now than I did before you
It's
started
a pleasure.
speaking.
And
All right.
just to make your evening, I'll just tell you, I even went to Eton.
Oh, you even went to Eton, and how was it for you?
Actually, it was kind of all right. I didn't love the place, but it was okay. It's a good education, no doubt.
Now, never mind about the education, though. The reason that people get sent to Eton is to establish contacts. Am I right?
Well,
it's not the education part; it's the contacts part. Yes.
There's probably a lot of truth in that. There is a lot of truth in that. It's also because Daddy went there, and so he thinks his boy's got to go there, and he's there. His son is there with all the friends of his mates, and it's, it is a very kind of tight knit little.
Like I said, contacts.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But it is also good education.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I would assume so, considering it costs so much. I think the education that you get from a place like that is less about learning facts and more about learning how to present yourself to the outside world.
You see that, but there's lots of different types of Etonians.
I'll
give you another different type of Etonian.
It's not nice.
Oliver Letwin.
It's
now,
not. It's not. Wait a minute. It's not nice to meet you. It's how do you do?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
for some, but not for somebody like Oliver Letwin. Okay, so he is a thoughtful, intellectual, careful guy. He's not into this kind of social stuff. He's a really serious guy. And
then he has no place being discussed on this show.
I don't think so. I think you like ideas, and he is a very honest, careful, serious man. David Cameron is different. He's charming.
Yeah, well, you speak for yourself, mate. He doesn't charm me.
But what I mean by that is he's superficially attractive.
Well, again, that is your opinion.
Well, it was the opinion of all the people who voted him in as leader of the Conservative Party, and also who voted for him ultimately as Prime Minister. So he did achieve something a little bit like Tony Blair in that sense.
Yeah, I suppose so. He was almost like Tony Blair light.
Well, that was his. Yeah, I mean, that was heir to Blair. That was him. Wasn't
He tips the scales like a feather. There's just doesn't seem to be anything to him. He's just all haircut and blank face. I mean, I bet if you sat down and you tried to draw a picture of his face, it would just be a blank circle.
No, it would have two red circles around his cheeks, wouldn't it?
Well, if you say so.
Well, that's how he's always depicted.
Presumably, you know his cheeks better than I do.
But the thing is, I don't think he's a bad. I really actually blame Theresa May more for this than him. And you know why I blame her?
Because she's a woman?
No. No. But because what actually has killed this Brexit thing has been her stance on immigration. I mean, she is anti-immigrant to her.
No, she absolutely isn't, because in her position as the Home Secretary, with which she could wield all sorts of influence on the number of people that came here, she didn't do anything at all. So it's the opposite of the truth.
Well, what about the hostile environment? What about the Windrush generation? What about the go-home van?
Well, you could.
What about her
you could bring up instances, but just look at the numbers of people that came in under her rule.
Well, and the funny thing is that most of the people who came in under her rule were actually from EU countries where she could have stopped it.
What they were from outside of EU countries.
Well, actually,
no, they were from outside EU countries. They were from specifically China and India and Pakistan. Well, I think each of which had more in total than any country within the EU. Never mind about the EU as a whole. But Andrew, this has been very educational, and I don't like being educated. But thanks for that.
Everything is going extremely well.
Everything is going extremely badly. This text says, I'm confused. How can we be affected both in the short term and the long term? Surely the long term includes the short term and nullifies it. Or are we talking about long-term short-termism? Are you trying to confuse me? You're confused. You can have long-term and short-term. The long-term starts just after the short-term. Any fool know that. John says we should leave ASAP, no deal. Well, you've given it a lot of thought, John. People just can't wait to get to the promised land, can they? Everything's going to be fantastic and great and super when we're out. And they just want to cash in that winning lottery ticket. Well, I'm afraid that winning lottery ticket is... you've added up the numbers wrong. You didn't win. You've lost. This text says, having exhausted analogies, the Ramonas resort to sarcasm. Really? Having exhausted analogies, the Ramonas resort to sarcasm. Presumably you're talking about me. And I would counter that having exhausted facts, Brexiteers resort to name-calling. You idiot. And that's not me being sarcastic, that's me just being rude. I mean, did you read that before you sent it? Having exhausted analogies, the Ramonas resort to sarcasm. Ramonas, as in half of the country you've just insulted. I'll go to the foot of our stairs, I would, if I had any. Islington, hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick. Yes, I think there is an answer to this chaos.
Oh, well, thank goodness you've called.
Yes, I think it's so simple. I think the Prime Minister should resign. I think we should have an election. And I think it would also reduce the suicide rate and the amount of increase in people's mental health. It's all in the last 2 years. Apparently, there's some statistics. There's been more suicides. Now, I'm not suicidal, but when I've drove over Lambeth Bridge a couple of times, I thought,
That's got nothing to do with Brexit. It's probably got more to do with the people's, with poverty, with austerity, I would expect.
Yes, Theresa May and the Conservatives, and we are where we are. But what a lunatic asylum to pull out the largest trading bloc in the world with 500 million people. And Europe, they're our friends. They're not our enemies. They're our friends.
Well, see, people don't see it that way. Half of the country, or at least 17.4 million... Well, no, that's not true. They don't all think as with one mind. But there's a considerable number of people, furious, shouty people, who think that the European Union are our enemies.
But listen, Nick, if you think the last 2.5 years we know more about the negatives and the positives and on this Brexit. Well, we didn't know that when we voted.
I think you may know that, Tony, but I think there's a large number of people who have refused to take on board any further information. I mean, look at John. We should leave ASAP, no deal. That's what he said, which implies to me that he hasn't taken on board a single solitary fact in the last 2 years.
No, but if you and I had a clipboard as everybody come out after voting in the referendum, and we says, what do you know about the Treaty of Rome? Wouldn't know what you was talking about. What do you know about the customs union? What's that? They'd probably think it's a new pop record or something. What experience have you had in international trade? They went and voted on that. Come on, I mean I just can't.
Well, don't tell me that, Tony. Tell them that, and you will be met with a furious response.
Yes, and I think your previous caller, was it Andrew? I thought he's a great caller. That I'd like to listen to him again. Anyway,
well, you can fortunately. We do this. If you download our app, you can listen to this super show back and all of the others in the past week.
I will, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tony. That was very polite. He knew when he was out of material, and he left, just like I like it. 0345 6060 973. What else? What else have we got here? Oh, nothing. That's it for the moment. Good. No more reading. I hate reading. South Norwood. Hello, Philip.
Oh, good evening.
Oh,
Nick.
good evening, Philip.
I had a first-hand experience this week on how Mrs. May feels in not knowing which way to turn or what to do.
Yes.
You see, I was locked in a public toilet in a coffee shop.
All right. Talk us through it. How did that happen?
Well, on Friday morning, I'd had my coffee and decided to use the toilet, and somebody had been in there.
There's a little bit too much information, Philip.
Disgusting. Well, I've got to, because it's relevant to what I'm going to say.
Okay, then.
And so the door was open, so I went in there, shut the door, locked it. When I tried to come out, I couldn't.
Now, when you say come out, well, you're telling us that you want to actually
leave when I wanted to leave the toilet.
Oh, leave the toilet. Okay, I'm with you now. Yes.
Yes, and and I couldn't.
I thought you were trying to tell us something, Philip.
No.
Righto.
No.
Carry on.
No. So anyway, I couldn't do the door. The light wouldn't go. Because, I must admit, for a moment, I thought, oh dear, panic, and it actually did cross my mind. This must be how Mrs. May feels. She doesn't know which way to turn, what to do. So I'm banging the door, kicking the door, and I heard a voice on the other side. And it was the manageress of the coffee shop.
Said, stop kicking our door.
And what it was, Nick, since I'd last been in this particular branch, they'd installed these codes on the door, which you're supposed to enter the toilet, you see.
But not to get out, surely.
No, but, you see, as the door was opened, I'd gone in without using the code.
Right.
And consequently upset the system.
So it didn't know that there was somebody in there?
No.
Right.
So it had locked me in.
That seems like a fault in the system.
Well, I suppose really, I didn't see it on the door. Normally they don't have this code. You just, go in, lock
What kind of an establishment, by the way, that's got a code, like a safe code, to the toilet?
Well, most of them now, Nick, most of the branches of the ones that I go in, a certain chain, have got them now, because they had so many people coming in off the street.
What, in case you steal any of their valuable toilet paper?
I don't know about that. But, so it's going to be a big thing, you see. But eventually, I was released. And I got a funny look from the rest of the people drinking coffee.
I would imagine.
Saying, oh, it's him, is it? And
yeah.
But as I say, it made me
causing
feel,
causing a disturbance.
Disturbing it, yes. So if you're going to use one of those coffee shop,
always put the code in first.
You get it on the receipt. Just one other thing, Nick. I understand that there was a new TV channel.
You get it on the receipt. The receipt, huh?
Yes, you get it on the receipt.
Because they used to give you a key which was attached to something big and heavy that you wouldn't want to take home, like a car tyre, for instance.
That's right, they did. You're absolutely right. But I suppose that now it's all digital.
Oh, it's technical now, yeah, I understand. It's all robotic.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Press button B and you get your money back.
Right.
One other thing, Nick.
If you put a code in, they'll probably give you like the brushes will come out like a car wash.
Oh,
If you put the wrong code in.
Oh, yes.
It will wax you and dry you, Philip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's amazing what they think of with all these coffee shops springing up. New ones seem to appear every single day.
It's just how many coffee shops is too many? I think we've got too many. I mean, I think we must be at peak coffee now. How many drugs do people actually want?
Well, you
want to score some pot?
When I was a teenager, Nick, they just started having these coffee shops. I'm talking 50s, 60s.
1856?
No. And it was great. You could go in there and have coffee, and I think it's people go in there to talk to each other.
No, they don't.
Oh, well, I don't know.
What, strangers, you mean? Or people go in with
people go in with friends.
Oh, with friends, right, yeah. But not strangers, because that's the last thing you want. Go in and, like, some stranger starts to talking to you.
Oh, no, it's sort of having, they have conferences, some of them, they got their staff there, all sitting round, you've got to do this later on, you've got to do this now. When you get back to the office.
So what kind of a coffee did you order there, Philip? Was it a flat white? Was it a thick white? Was it a big white?
I'm a
heavy white?
Cappuccino,
cappuccino.
Cappuccino.
Right, okay.
Nice cappuccino, and I had what they call an apricot croissant.
Ugh.
Very nice, with two nice apricots in it,
That sounds awful. What, do you want to ruin a good croissant by sticking fruit in it?
Well, I mean, I do vary. I don't have the same thing every morning.
Not. Well, it's the spice of life, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Just one other thing, Nick, man.
And another thing.
I don't know if you read, but there was a new TV channel started tonight up in Scotland.
Oh, yeah.
It's called BBC Scotland, and it said in the paper...
That's not a new channel.
Well, it is. It's brand new. It started tonight. 32 million the BBC spent on it, it said.
But they've already got one, surely.
No, they had a variation, but now they've got a brand new channel. You can't get it down here. They don't want us to watch it. 32 million, they reckon, that the BBC spent on it.
Well, what's on it?
Well, they got one or two new shows.
Ugh.
that they're bringing back that. I think tonight they had that Scottish sitcom, which I do like.
What, Rabsy Nesbitt?
No, still going.
I don't know that.
Have you about the old age pensioners living in the high-rise block of flats in Glasgow?
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, you haven't seen that one. But just one final thing before I go, Nick.
And another thing.
Yes. Did you read about Donald? Did you hear about Donald Trump? He said something sensible the other week.
What's he said now? I very much doubt that.
Well, he did. What he said, Nick.
Yeah, I bet he said whoop-dee-dee scoop poop. Yeah, was it that? Or maybe he said bing bong. Yeah.
No, what it was, Nick. Somebody asked him why he didn't have a dog in the White House.
Oh, because he said he didn't want to
be a phony.
Be a phony. Yeah, I think that ship's sailed, Donny.
Oh, shut up! He said he wouldn't have time to walk the dog.
Yeah, sure. What with all the golf that he has to fit in.
Yeah, it's going to be a handicap, yes.
All right, thanks a lot, Philip. Got to go. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. I can't wait till he says bye-bye. Yeah. See you, Donny. It's been really special. Chris says, when we leave and the economy crashes, unemployment rises, benefits and pensions stop getting paid because we go bust. We can revel knowing Trump will screw us with a deal that puts America first and us second. Oh, and all these Leaver MPs will be fine, but the people will be royally screwed. But hey, you got your country back. Hashtag Brexiteer Muppets. Oh, come on, Chris. Why can't we all just get along? Everybody hates everybody else. Whatever happened to peace, love and understanding? 0345 6060 97. Get Elvis Costello on the phone and he'll explain it to us. Chiswick, hello Milan.
Hi Nick, I've got a B, I've got an M and a D, or am I a few months too late on the...
Can I have an E please, Bob? Here, you know you know Whitesnake's got a new album coming out.
Rock and roll! Bit too soft for me.
Whitesnake?
Yeah, I'm more into like Megadeth, Carcass, Cradle of Filth,
Carcass. Carcass.
It actually calms me down when I reviewing contracts and giving legal advice.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's what you want your lawyer listening to, is he's writing up for some complicated contract. Carcass.
So, no deal. Oh, there's a couple of things. I was going to phone and let you know the 5 key phrases that whenever a leaver says that, you know that pretty much that they haven't got a clue what they're talking about.
But first, let's talk about getting locked in a toilet. Because if you go into a toilet and you don't put your code in on the outside and it locks you in because it doesn't know you're in there, what is your legal position? You know, apart from being... what is? I want legal position 1 and legal position 2.
If you get locked inside the toilet...
Yeah.
Why would they lock you inside the toilet? You can always leave the toilet unless it's false imprisonment.
False imprisonment? Right. Well,
maybe.
It sounds like you're in the money, Phil. Anyway. Yes.
But quick, before I go on to the 5 key phrases,
right,
and see if you agree with me, the texter who said no deal, yeah, it's fine, ASAP, hasn't got a clue what a no deal means.
Well, they don't have any. No, I mean, people who say that they've refused to listen to any information of any kind whatsoever that contradicts their the opinion that they reached without access to any facts.
But they'll be forgiven. Leaders will be forgiven for rambling 2 years ago, or 18 months ago, or last year. But with a few weeks to go, they still come out with utter nonsense. You're thinking you've had all this time to read up on facts and details, and you haven't even bothered. And it's just like, so these are the 5 phrases. You ready?
Oh, okay. Go ahead then.
If you relay facts and details to leaders, they'll say one of these things: either 17.4 million voters, or they'll say the EU are bullies, or they'll say we won World War II.
Yeah, we will never surrender.
Or they'll say we won and you lost. So
yes.
Get over it.
Get over it. Yeah.
Or they'll say we'll just go into WTO terms and everything will be the same.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Which belies a misunderstanding of what WTO rules are.
Exactly.
Or anything, really. They just don't care. I'll tell you what's happened is that they think that they've won the lottery, that things are going to be significantly better afterwards. and they just can't wait to get to that promised land. And people like you are interfering with their progress. And so they just can't stand it. And anybody that says anything that delays their arrival in Nirvana, how about Nirvana, by the way? Bit too soft?
Bit too soft.
Bit too soft, right?
Way too soft.
Okay then. Then it's just a Ramona and it's Project Fear and all of that. They're not remotely interested in any facts. They just want to get to when their life starts to become great again.
But that's spot on, because Brexit is not an event, it's a process. Whereas the Leavers think it's an event. They'd won the lottery ticket and they went, yeah, it's great. Actually, it's a process. There's a legal process to achieve Brexit in the correct way possible. And do you know what, Nick?
But that just sounds boring. Like, can't we just get to the part where things get better?
Well, the land of milk and honey, which Davis and everyone else promised.
That we want to get to the part where trickle-down economics starts trickling down all over our faces.
Now, Nick, I need your help, because I've been searching for the last 2 weeks for Nigel Farage's and Jacob Rees-Moggs and Boris Johnson's detailed plan on how to leave the EU safely. I can't find it. Do you have a copy?
Well, one of the suggestions is...
We should have a second referendum.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I don't think it would actually solve anything, but certain individuals do think...
We should have a second referendum.
Mentioning no names.
Well, I wonder who that could be.
There is no plan. The plan is everything's going to be great. That's the plan.
And you know what? Who can we blame when things go wrong?
Ramonas.
The people who warned of how rubbish it will be.
Yes. Well, the amount of times that I've had this thrown at me, that the reason that everything is been screwed up, and the reason that things haven't got fantastic yet, and we haven't just sailed out without a deal and stick our two fingers up at Jean-Claude Juncker, is because people like me are engaging in Project Fear and talking the country down.
And you know what's going to happen tonight, don't you? Somebody's going to phone in and go, "Do you know what? You and James O'Brien."
Oh, yeah, me and James O'Brien. It's always that, which implies that they hear things that they agree with 23 hours of every day. No, not 23. What's 3 from 24? I think it's probably 21. 21 hours a day they hear things that they agree with, but for 3 hours a day they hear something that they potentially do not agree with. And that means that they just lose their marbles and start frothing at the mouth. They want Nigel Farage FM 24 hours a day.
I'm a nutcase.
That's what they want. And anything less than that is not acceptable.
But then when they try and engage with you, when they phone you and they try and engage in, if you relay facts and details, they can't reply, and they'll just say, "Oh, you and James O'Brien, that's the same thing." When has a Leaver ever engaged in a debate about facts and details? I can't remember when.
Well, to be fair, though, you weren't actually on the edge of your seat waiting to acknowledge that they were doing that. It's like selective listening is on both sides. Be honest.
Well, I've been listening to LBC quite a lot in the last year, and every time the Leavers come on and they've come out with utter nonsense or incorrect statements, and I'm pulling my hair out, screaming at the radio, going, that is a lie. Why are you lying?
Lying seems... disseminating misinformation, lying out loud, seems to work in certain circumstances.
Believe me. Okay?
And it works over there and it works over here. You just keep saying the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't matter if it has absolutely no connection to reality whatsoever. People will believe it, because they want to believe it.
It's true, like the whole thing about Trump in the last year or so, and you look at Brexit and you think that the misinformation and lies, the strong correlation is frightening.
It is. What is happening in America is both funny, but it's also really, really alarming. And fortunately, the things that are happening to Donald Trump at the moment, he's being distracted by this Robert Mueller Russia investigation. But what's actually much more serious, as far as he's concerned, is what New York State is doing, because he can't pardon either himself or any of his chums if the New York State goes after him, because that's not federal, that's state. And so I think he's been distracted. Well, he's very easily distracted with him being so smart and all.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He's been distracted by the wrong thing. It's almost like the Mueller investigation is a distraction engine to draw his eye away from the real danger, which is what's happening in New York at the moment. But blimey, it just gets more and more exciting, don't it? They're going to have to build a wall around Donald Trump, and then what?
If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it, but get to the other side of that wall.
But walls do work, yeah, no doubt. Okay, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Milan. Cheers, mate. They're going on another overseas official visit. Meghan and Hazard and Sparkles. Or, as you and I would call it, holiday. Another one. God, it's just work with that lot, ain't it?
No.
Mark says there's so many coffee shops for people to chat in these days, it's no wonder all the flipping pubs are closing down. Yeah, it's like as a nation we've decided that we want a new drug. Alcohol don't do it no more, we want caffeine. We want a new drug, like Huey Lewis and the News. Remember that? I want a new drug, one that won't make me sick, one that won't make me crash my car or make me feel 3 feet thick. I want a new drug, one that won't hurt my head, one that won't make my mouth too dry or make my eyes too red. John says, OK, clever clogs. Oh, thanks. Oh, there's more. At which point does the short term become the long term? Where's the join? If you can't answer that, then it's all long term, isn't it? No, it isn't. This is short term, and long term is after that. I don't know. There's no definite. It's vague. One fades into the other. I can't give you specifics, but you know what short term is and what long term is. Just don't ask me any more questions. It sounds like you're giving me homework. Oh, but sir, it's the weekend. Leader of the Apathy Party, UK, says there's no time left to organise and administer a second referendum. There is no parliamentary time left to do anything other than accept or reject Mrs M's deal. The Remainers have run out of time. I think it's pronounced Remoners. It says they've wasted their opportunity. They've let themselves down. We're leaving 29th of March. No, I don't think you are. Or we are. I don't think we are leaving on the 29th of March. I think it's going to be delayed. We're going to delay the our emergence into a brand new world. Because it didn't make any sense to do anything else. And I know nobody's really interested in making sense anymore, but it really doesn't. And there's certain individuals who are treating all this like a game. And I think we know who I'm talking about. Hardline Tory Brexiteers. And they were told to stop treating Brexit like a game. And it does sound about right. The Brexiteer fundamentalist ultras do seem to be treating it like a game of chicken, in which they won't suffer no matter what the outcome, because they're all millionaires. The co-leader of the Brexit Delivery Group of Tory MPs, Andrew Percy, hit out after it was revealed that about 100 Conservatives, including as many as 25 ministers, could back moves to delay Brexit beyond March the 29th to avoid a damaging no-deal Brexit. Hallelujah, finally somebody's making sense. Of course we shouldn't leave if we're not ready. That don't make no sense. You're going to have to wait to cash in your winning chips. And of course this will seriously affect those who have made hedge bets against the pound, because if the pound doesn't go down, they won't cash in. I wonder if any of the European Research Group lot are under that category. I wonder. With the makeup of the House of Commons just been tossed in the air like a salad, rebel Tory MPs now sense that there are enough MPs across the House of Commons to pass the new Cooper Amendment, which would extend the Article 50, which is due to be debated on Wednesday. In other words, we're going to be waiting till we leave.
Oh, no.
Not cancelling leave, just waiting. Waiting till we're ready. And it's all coming to a head. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Of course not. People just want it to be over. They want it to be over and to have this promised money to start pouring all over us. Meanwhile, Mrs M is going here, there and everywhere, baby, trying to negotiate. She's going to meet the European Council President, Donald Tusk. You remember Donald Tusk, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. She's going to Egypt. I hope you're racking up your air miles, Mrs M. You might get a new pair of shoes out of them. She's been here and there and everywhere, baby. She went to Brussels this week. Oh, Brussels. I've been to Brussels. It's absolutely fantastic. By which I mean really, really boring. It's almost as boring as Luxembourg, which is really saying something. Mrs M and senior ministers like Brexit Secretary Stephen Barclay and Attorney General Geoffrey Cox visited to Brussels this week, desperate for a breakthrough that has not arrived. And as the clock ticks down to the UK's scheduled exit from the EU on the 29th of March, she faces a rebellion by up to 100 Tory MPs who wanted to delay Brexit if she can't cut a deal. Well, it's a good job somebody's looking out for our best interests, don't you think? No? This is according to the Daily Telegraph, by the way. Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph. And they reported that this BDG, the Brexit Delivery Group, which represents both Remain and Leave MPs, in other words, they're doing their best to act in the best interests of the country. They're calling for a free vote in the Commons next week on a backbench move to take no deal off the table. I thought it pretty much had been taken off the table in all but name. I know Mrs M draws red lines and people have been chatting at her, but you can't take no deal off the table because it weakens our negotiating position. We don't have a strong negotiating position. It's incredibly weak. This they need us more than we need them nonsense. I mean, please, people, stop saying that. There is no deal. It ain't going to happen. And the grown-ups, people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, keep saying this. It's just astonishing. I mean, why do they keep saying it? There was a letter sent on behalf of the group to the Chief Whip, Julian Smith, which states that many MPs are deeply troubled at the prospect of a no deal. This is according to Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph. You bet they're deeply troubled, because they're experts in possession of facts, but sadly nobody's remotely interested in them anymore. Experts and their so-called facts. Blimey, I'll be quoting scientists next. A well-placed source told The Guardian that this move will challenge Theresa May to sack the rebels, who have no intention of resigning voluntarily. So these rebels who are suggesting that no deal be taken off the table and that we should wait, some people are suggesting that they be sacked. 100 Tory MPs get sacked. One cabinet pro-Brexit MP told The Guardian that if it came to the vote, May would have to get rid of rebellious ministers. Well, not MPs, not 100 MPs, but just the ministers, which could amount to 25. I say pretty much all of them. What a state, eh? They said it would be a huge mistake not to sack these people. It would be effectively conceding that we had lost control of the party, they said. I think that ship's sailed. It sailed and burst into flames, hit an iceberg and sank. What a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
It is shocking. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's a good job that the kaleidoscopic clown show in America is going on at the moment, because otherwise we would be the laughing stock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Thanks for being you, Donny. We appreciate it. What with your expertise on all subjects?
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Yeah, frighteningly, that's actually true. Some texts and emails. Joe says, Theresa May will easily go down as the most impotent wet Well, get ready. This is rude. Theresa May will easily go down as the most impotent, wet flannel, waste of time PM in history. If anyone wants to disagree, you're wrong, says Joe. Which puts me in mind of her. One thing that Theresa May said that didn't have anything to do with Brexit is about trolls. And I suppose that last comment comes under that category. Hey, Joe, back under your bridge, troll. This was Mrs. M talking about social media trolls who abuse women MPs. So that's exactly what that last comment was like. Now, it might not necessarily be a sexist troll, but it was certainly abusive of a woman MP. And Mrs. M was talking about this. Says that people like that, people like Joe, are the modern equivalent of a sad man sitting at the end of the bar muttering into his beer. And she also blamed male chauvinist Tories who think they are the greatest for keeping women out of Parliament. And she claimed her refusal to take part in the clubby culture of male MPs in the Commons smoking room held back her career. Well, she seems to have done fairly well. I mean, she's risen to the top. How's that job suiting you so far, Mrs. M?
Oh, fabulous.
This is in a new book on sexism in politics. And it was based on interviews with women MPs. I'll wait till the video comes out. Reading is very bad for your eyes. Any fool know that. And she was talking about abusive messages regularly sent to women MPs via Twitter. What is wrong with people, by the way? I mean, God, that would take up this show from now until the end of time. What is wrong with people? Seriously. I think it's getting worse. I think it's got significantly worse since the invention of the internet, don't you? I mean, previously, of course, if a man was sitting at the end of the bar muttering into his beer, only people very, very close to him would hear him. But now, of course, you put your demented thoughts down, you clack them out on your computer, and then you throw them all over the internet. It's basically just chucking any abusive thought that flits across your mind over the world. And we're all getting the honours. Ugh. I feel unclean. Commenting on the abusive messages regularly sent to women MPs via Twitter, the PM said it's the chap who used to sit on the corner end of the bar every night muttering into his beer, who can now mutter on social media, and people pick it up and believe it and send it round. That's right. It's like a megaphone that they've been given. Thanks a lot, Tim Berners-Lee. I mean, we like the Pussycat and the Puppy Dog videos, but apart from that, not much. And I wonder if it has actually got worse, that people have become more and more irate and angry and furious and abusive, or whether we were always like that. It's just that we didn't know that because there was no such thing called the internet a decade or so ago. I mean, it's happened really quickly. If you went back 20 years, nobody had the internet. If you went back to 10 years or so, nobody had a smartphone. It's incredible how fast things have happened. And so I don't think that people have changed. It must be, because people wouldn't have changed that quickly, not really. So it must be that we now have the ability to hear those people who we would ordinarily have crossed the street to avoid. And we certainly wouldn't have sat next to them at the bar. We wouldn't want to even stand next to them when we were ordering our drinks. So, yeah, I think it is, it's people who don't like this and I don't like that and moan.
Stop whining. Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
So anyway, Theresa May was banging on and on and on and on and on about people being abusive on the internet.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
She said there's a thing about social media that people don't feel any inhibitions at all on what they're saying. They almost don't feel that it is directed to another person. But of course it is. It can hugely affect somebody. And that's absolutely right. Spot bloomin' on, Mrs. M. They just throw their bile out all over the internet, squirting it out like a garden hose, and they don't... It's almost as though they don't associate it with being received by people. They're just throwing out the bile. And that is one of the reasons why you should never read social media, apart from it being a giant waste of time and all. But asking people not to read social media is like asking people not to look at a car crash when you pass it in the road. You can't help yourself, can you? I mean, even though you know that some of these social media companies are the personification of evil, you still can't stop giving them all of your time and your details and your attention. And you should, because there's people who are profiting from all that hate. Men like that oily, moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. Asked how women MPs cope with such abuse, Mrs May said, "I suppose you get used to it." Well, they shouldn't have to get used to it. There should be consequences for your actions, because when there isn't, there's anarchy. And by the way of ironic illustration, one of the best rated comments under this story on the website of the Daily Mail was, "She's just trying to cover up her own uselessness." Which is a perfect example of what she's talking about. She's not trying to cover up her own uselessness. She's saying that people should stop insulting others on the internet, crying out loud. And another was, "If the women in Parliament did a good job, it wouldn't happen. The folk who sit at the end of the bar mistakenly voted for you. That's why they're whinging." So there's a little way to go as far as abuse level at women is concerned. Let's call it a work in progress, shall we? Like racism in football. Let's kick racism out, they said. How's that going?
Dreadful.
Yeah. You might as well try and kick stupidity out of football. Or pubs. Or the internet. Oh, well, the lads done great, and it's all credit to the lads, and the lads done great, and it's all credit to them. 0345 6060 973. Stephen says, Lord Haw-Haw on LBC. Lord Ha-Ha-Ha-Ha-Ha-Ha. I'm a Nazi now. Honestly, I despair. I don't want to be insulting Stephen, but you're an idiot. Let's have a call in Bedford. Hello, Rob.
Yeah.
Rob.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, how are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Look, I've been listening in. I'm sorry if I'm going to rant a little here, so please forgive me, okay? But, you know, I'm getting a bit tired of everybody criticising and insulting everybody else because they have a different opinion. You know, it's not the way forward. Everybody criticising May, everybody, you know, in life there are standards and drains, and there are people that want to actively move forward, and there are people that just sit there and criticise all the time. Now, you know, for the viewers out, for the listeners out there, rather, I'm a leader, okay? I'm not claiming that I'm right. I'm not claiming I know any more than anybody else, okay? And most of the people in the UK, frankly, have a limited knowledge on all of this, okay? And none of us are experts on it, okay? But what I see in a debate is that two people can express an opinion, and we can all gain knowledge so that we can make our opinions, you know, that bit more knowledgeable, and we can base it on more facts and more information. Now, I want to make 2 points. First of all, with regard to May, I don't particularly like her. I don't think she's particularly strong, but then again, I don't think any leader is that we have at the moment. But I think this woman was given a completely, almost impossible role here. I mean, she's got the majority of the people turning around saying we want a no deal. Okay, she knows she can't get that through. She's got the.
Well, it's not the majority. It's not the majority of people who say we want no deal. It's a minority of people. But
sorry,
anyway, go on.
That was 52%. Sorry.
No, they said they wanted out. They didn't say they want no deal. That was not on the card.
Well, there's the confusion there, isn't there? Because in my experience, people that I've spoken to in everyday life, when people saw that box, do you want to remain in the EU? Yeah. That's what it means.
No, it absolutely did not mean that, Rob, because nobody even thought of that before they went and ticked that box. They didn't think about no deal
I think wrong.
Okay, well, we'll just agree to disagree. What else? What else have you got?
On that. Okay, but nevertheless, anyway, she was going to. If that were the case, she was going to present it to Parliament. The Parliament were going to make their own, no matter what, anyway. Okay, so there was always going to be huge disruptions. She's got the EU that were basically going to throw up a brick wall, making an example of the UK.
Again, that's completely untrue.
Why is that untrue?
They were going to make an example of us. In what respect are they making an example?
Well, listen, they certainly didn't want us to leave. They
of course not.
To leave. It's a link in a chain, a very important link in a chain.
Yeah.
And they were going to set an
apart from anything else, we've given them a giant headache. For 2 years now, we've given them a headache. Of course they didn't want this.
Well, we might have... No, I'm not saying that. No, what I'm saying is they wanted us to be very much part of it. They wanted all the countries to remain in.
Well, yeah, because we were all doing fairly well out of our membership.
Okay, well, we'll come on to that at the moment, but I still nevertheless think that they were making these negotiations as difficult as possible.
No, that's completely. By what measure are they making it as difficult as possible? How are they doing that?
Well, because they're not being particularly, helpful in the negotiation.
Well, yeah, they would say the exact same thing about us because we haven't told them what we want yet.
And they may well do. Okay.
Well, they have done already. Over and over again, they've said that.
On that one. But my point is, I understand you're going to disagree on perhaps most of the things that I'm going to say here, okay? But
only the things that are wrong.
But you see, here you go again. Here you go again with right and wrong. It's an opinion. What makes your opinion right? Do you know what the EU are thinking?
Do I know what they're thinking? Well, you seem to know what they're thinking. You've established already that you know what they're thinking. And me disagreeing with you means that I know what they're thinking.
What's happening here is everybody who doesn't agree with the next person is all of a sudden a moron or wrong.
Well, did you hear the word Did you hear the word moron coming out of my mouth?
No, but I hear it coming out of a lot of people's mouths.
Okay, well, I'm not responsible for them.
All right, listen, I don't want to turn this into some sort of... Right, let me just carry on with these. You see, I don't wish to have an argument with you. I just want to express an opinion without being told I'm wrong. It's my opinion, okay? It may not be yours, but it's my opinion, okay? But one thing's for certain is, that there's many people within each party that is disagreeing with the proposals of their party leaders, okay? So... What I'm trying to say here is she was given pretty much a poisoned chalice to deal with. I don't believe there's anything. I don't think anybody could have particularly done any better than she's been able to do. I don't know if you agree with that, but if you don't agree with that, perhaps you could tell me how they could have done better than that.
No, I think she was given a poisoned chalice by a dopey ex-prime minister who just ran away when he realised the calamity that he had left us with.
You see, why are you saying dope?
Well, that's my opinion of David Cameron. I don't want an argument about it. You said that you're going to give me your opinion. That's my opinion. But apparently now you're on this programme. You're allowed to give yours, but I'm not allowed to give my opinion.
No, you're welcome to. But I'm just saying, in adult debate, what's the point in calling somebody dopey? I mean, that's just an insult, isn't it?
Yes.
But okay, if that's how you want to debate, then that's up to you, yeah? But look, the reason why I voted to leave was I was unsatisfied with the answers that I got to quite a few things.
Like?
Now, I'm quite willing to change
like what?
my opinion. Okay. Let's deal with the first one, which is we have an NHS service that's on its knees, we have an education service that's on its knees, pretty much everything we've got is on its knees at the moment. And the Leavers are particularly interested in what's going to happen with regard to immigration. Now, we had 350,000, the size of Southampton, come here last year. In 20 years' time, that's going to be something like about 10 to 12 million.
Assuming people still come at the same rate, which I would suggest that they wouldn't, because those jobs won't be available for them to come to do, because we're about to be overrun by artificial intelligence, and so 30% more of the population is going to be out of work. So why would people come here in order not to work? They come here to work.
Okay, well,
plus they come here from outside of the European Union in greater numbers than from inside the European Union.
Okay, but at some point, in order for there not to be enough jobs, there has to be an optimum amount of immigration that comes in. I don't know when that point will be, because we're talking into the future.
The point will be when unemployment figures start to rise, and at the moment they are at a record low.
Okay, so where is that? I mean, you came in with a point, but all I can say is I was listening to James O'Brien the other day. He said he wants to keep things at present. He sees the future as at present. So at present, it's 350,000.
He sees the future as at present. I don't know what that means.
That's what he said.
What does that mean?
That's what he said.
What does it mean?
The present. He's saying that.
How is the future the present?
I'm going to tell you if you let me speak. He's saying that he's basing his future 20 years based on the present performance, what is currently happening today. So, i.e., 350,000 is coming here today. the financial results of today, all of the.
So you're saying that James O'Brien thinks that there'll be still 350,000 people coming here a year in 20 years?
No, what he's saying is he's basing his view of 20 years' time based on today, and what he's happy with today, the freedom of movement of today. Yeah, so.
But why are you bringing James O'Brien into this discussion? Well, where
explaining where I got the 350,000 from? Look, I don't know.
No, the 350,000 is what's happening now. It's got nothing to do with 20 years' time.
An example: in 20 years' time, 350,000. In 20 years' time, it's going to equate to 12 million.
Yeah, but it might. But it's entirely likely that people will be leaving in those numbers in 20 years' time. This is just absolutely meaningless. You're telling me what's going to happen in 20 years' time, Rob? Nobody knows what's going to happen in 20 minutes' time. Anyway, unfortunately, it's past 11:30, and I must go away now. Not a moment too soon.
Words, more words.
Words. Mick says, politicians are supposed to serve the British public and to carry out what they want. What they want? Or what we want? What we want, probably what you mean. Politicians are supposed to serve the British public and to carry out what we want. We voted out of the EU, and most of them are doing their best to do the opposite, which is a disgrace, says Mick. Well, it isn't, Mick, because their job is to do their best by us. And if they think, armed with all the information that is available to them, that we are going down the wrong route, then it is their duty to alert us to our mistake and to try to mitigate any losses that have come with that. So it's not a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if they did anything else. Anyway, he says, we've had a vote by the people. Whoever came up with the saying, let's have a people's vote, is a very bad word beginning with P. He says, we should have an all-out civil war between the Ramonas and the Brexiters, and who wins is the winner and no more complaining. I assume you're joking, but it makes about as much sense as anything else I've heard on this show so far. This text says, what did you make of sleeping with the far right on Channel 4? I didn't see it. Being on Channel 4, did it feature nudity?
Disgusting.
I bet it did. Was there swearing involved?
Dreadful.
It says, do you think it's dangerous to give fascists a platform? I've got no idea. I didn't see it. I've got no idea what that was. John says, can you play out the tune? Can you play the out of tune band for me, please? It cheers me up. Yeah, well, it almost certainly will come up at some point. Don't worry about it, John. And Frank says, I spotted this in my newsagent's window. Wanted. A Prime Minister with a brain and foresight must be economical with the truth. Good wages and free digs thrown in. Newsagents with material. Suffolk. Hello, Andrew.
Hi, Nick.
Andrew.
I've got a question that's been bugging me.
Yeah.
I was in the pub with my two cousins the other day that work in completely different industries, and I was asking them how much it was costing their respective businesses to future-proof for Brexit, and it was quite staggering.
What kind of business are they in?
One's an international paper consultant. The other one is a paper consultant.
A paper consultant? You mean it's a consultant on paper?
Yeah, the manufacturing of it is actually quite a big business when you think how many bums there are out there, and newspapers and so on. And another one who is doing something completely different, but they were telling me how many millions it has cost so far for their companies to plan for Brexit.
Yeah.
And it's all money that's wasted, in my opinion, but and it could be spent on something much more useful.
Well, of course, like research and development, for instance.
Police, or
well, no, I mean the companies themselves. Companies themselves up and down the country have been spending vast amount. Either they've just been crossing their fingers and hoping it all goes all right, in which case they may be sorely disappointed, or they've been spending, the larger companies have been spending millions and millions of pounds on trying to prepare for whatever it is that's about to happen next, which people still don't know what it is, which is all money that they could have spent on research and development, on improving the wages of the workers, on buying equipment to improve profitability, and so on and so on. Yeah, it is. We might as well just set fire to that money.
Quite. But my question, what's I've been thinking about for the last few days is if anyone has looked at the country as a whole and tried to calculate what the whole Brexit debacle has cost.
Yes, they have. Now, I can tell. I've got a number.
And what it will cost if it rumbles on for another 6 months, or
the number is £800 million a week. What? £800 million a week. It's costing us so far.
Yeah. And the longer it goes on,
well, the more it will cost. Yeah. Not £350 million a week we'll be getting to squirt up the NHS. It's costing us £800 million a week so far. But
on consultants, and probably international consultants.
Well, on lost money, on lost earnings, because people are not investing here. They've held off. But, of course, major corporations can't just hold off from investment. They plan 5-10 years ahead. And so instead of investing here, they're investing elsewhere. And it's costing us £800 million a week.
It makes me want to rent a route master with signs on the side, drive around Westminster.
Yeah.
And... yes.
Well, it's going to charge. It's going to cost you from April the 8th. It's going to cost you £12.50 a day to drive a bus or a car or I think even a motorbike. The pollution charge is coming in.
Well, it would have to be an electric bus.
Yeah, exactly, an electric bus. By which method you'll save the planet. Well done, Andrew. Thanks a lot, mate.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, cheers. 0345 6060 973. £800 million a week. You believe that? But, these are just facts presented to us by experts, so nobody is remotely interested in anything they have to say. Emma says, I shouldn't listen to your show when in vino veritas. I just keep doing silly things like shouting at your Brexiteer calls and you defeating them with actual hardcore facts. I've had a fact? I don't recall saying a fact on this show. She says, will that put me on a government search list? Don't forget, Emma, your phone can hear you. And it can see you. It can see everything you do.
Disgusting.
Exactly. Even when it's off, microphones are always on. Remember that. There was this thing, I meant to bring this out. Maybe I'll do this tomorrow. Hey, I've got a show for good behaviour. I'll get an extra show tomorrow at this time. So maybe I'll talk about it then. But there were calls for your smart speaker to alert the authorities if you do something illegal. Like if you're at home relaxing and you do something that is illegal in some way, shape or form, then there are calls for your smart speaker to call the police. Do you believe that? Well, actually, I can believe that. It's alarming. The internet is the greatest tool of freedom that has ever been invented, and it's also the greatest tool of repression. John says the Remain campaign have a Project Fear nuclear bomb. The Remain politicians should all get together in front of a TV camera and tell the country that we will be totally depending on them for our future health, wealth and happiness. Second referendum and a 100% vote to Remain, problem solved. Okay. And this text says, we voted Leave, and that meant we want Theresa May to do exactly that, even if we become a third world country because of it. Unless it affects me. Yeah, that's about right. I knew there was going to be some sting at the end of that. Here's a call in Tottenham. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Nick.
Tom.
Sorry, I just got to press the button, because otherwise... Yeah. It was just the geezer that you were talking to, I don't know, the one before last, I guess. Got me going. I thought the idea that 17.5 million people voted to leave the customs union. Half of them, no, not half of them. Most of them probably never even heard of the customs union.
Yeah, it's a bit fanciful to say with certainty why people voted and what they knew about the decision that they were making beforehand. And he seemed to think that because people voted out, that they voted out for the same reasons and wanting the same result that he did, which is not true.
I thought that I thought people would probably need about a year to study the European Union and their association with the UK, probably 2 to get a really reasonable idea and do nothing else, and probably get a cleaner and stuff like that, so that's all they did for 2 years. You know, kind of 8, 10, maybe 12 hours a day, then maybe they'd have a limited idea of this. Okay. But what's the other thing other than the customs union? I can't even remember what it's called. There's the other thing they always go on about. We're leaving the customs union and whatever the other thing that trade links you. What's it? I don't even remember what it's called.
Yeah, the other thing.
See what I mean?
Exactly.
Now, okay, I'm an idiot, but the other thing, you know, we're going to leave the customs union and the
single market.
Single market. There you go.
There
whatever
you go.
the hell that means.
Yeah.
I still don't know. If I started, I'd give up in about. No, less than a day, because I would terminate from boredom.
Exactly. It's very, very dull. And the thing, if people now, after 2 years of hearing about the customs union and the single market, even now they would be hard-pressed to define what either of those two things mean. But even if they could, they certainly did not probably even have heard of it when they made the decision about the referendum in the first place, because we didn't have any of these discussions. There was no discussion about the Northern Ireland border, and there was no discussion about what the trade deal was going to be, or any of this stuff.
There was no time. After all this time, and still they don't believe me. Okay, so also, Theresa May...
That was weird.
...and her poison chalice.
Yes.
The geezer mentioned that...
The chalice with the palace has the brew that is true, Mrs. M. Don't forget that.
Your producer liked this comment for some reason. But I just, she didn't have to drink out of it, did she? She could have quit. She could quit now. I don't know if you remember this conversation, like it was, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. But the geezer was going on about, I don't know, what a tough time she's got or something. Well, she didn't have to do it. Right?
Well, I know, but if you had achieved the apex of your career, and you decided that when you got there, it wasn't as great as it could have been because your previous incumbent ruined it for you. Well, it'd be a bit hard to just say, okay, well, that's it, I'm leaving. It's not as good as I thought it was going to be, so I'm out of here. I think that she's trying to do her best by the country now. Actually, I almost feel sorry for her. A little bit.
And I don't pay a lot of attention to it, but within the situation that we're in, I listen to this stuff vaguely, mostly on radio, with the idea of can we have another referendum so that we can change it all? Well, great, And so what are all the people that are totally, locked in to leaving the EU going to make that? Well, that's going to be a real good one, isn't it?
Well, yes, exactly. But just think about what we're saying there. We're going down a road that the majority of people who we pay to make decisions about the best way to steer the country, the majority of them think that this is the wrong road to go down. But we can't change the route that we're going down because a small number of people will get even angrier than they are already. That's the position that we find ourselves in.
I don't think it's that small. That's what's so scary.
Well, it is a minority of people. A very, very loud and furious minority of people are going to start shouting very loudly, and so that's the way we're running the country now. Whoever shouts the loudest. God, what a calamity!
Which is yes, exactly, and it's utterly terrifying. But whatever else is going on. Actually, it's on the same subject, and there's another thing. Also, I thought about this. 20 years ago. Yeah. What the media talks about. Well, that's what we talk about. I thought, well, I'm not talking about that crap today. Pardon me. I'm not talking about that, whatever that is that the media is talking about today. But that's what we talk about now. And I say that I am kind of interested, even though it's very boring. But in about a month or a few weeks, I imagine, the prices in the shops, that's how it's going to hit me. And I'm really, really poor. I mean, I live on air.
Well, yeah, it's hit you already. People don't notice that it's affected them already because nobody has walked up to them and stolen the money out of their pockets. But the pound in your pocket is worth almost 15% less than it was before. Now, it hasn't really translated into higher prices in the shops. Very much because, well, yeah, possibly yes, but at the moment the supermarkets are in a furious to the death price war, which is why they have managed to put a lid on rising prices in the shops. But they can't swallow these rises forever. And if we leave without a deal, well, I've got a detailed file about what's going to happen to the price of food on your shelf if we leave without a deal, and I'll come to that in a minute. Ahmed says, we really need electoral reform, not self-appointed high priests of all that is holy. What? If we had PR in 2015, then UKIP would have had between 25 and 29 seats, the Greens would have had between 21 and 23 seats, so they would have cancelled each other out on Europe, immigration, taxes and the climate. What, are UKIP against climate? They're not climate deniers as well, are they? Please tell me that's not true. Right. Well, what's the high priests of all that is holy? What's that got to do with anything? I don't know. I'll just add it into the things that mystify me. You can call me Mr. Fide. Bristol. Hello, Stephen.
Hi.
Stephen.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Right, Nick. First question is...
Question?
If you're prepared to answer it.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard it yet.
How did you vote in the referendum?
How did I vote?
You were Remainer or neither?
Remainer.
Right. So that's why, when I was listening to your programme a little bit earlier, and heard you when we had some leavers on, you seem to be all the time very anti-against and putting leavers down all the time.
Well, only if they say something that I don't agree with.
Well, what is the problem with we all...
we all what?
We all voted in the referendum.
Yes, well...
the biggest turnout in history...
Some of us did.
...in this country.
Yeah.
52% of people voted to leave.
Mm-hmm.
We all knew we wanted... or 52% of people voted to leave, and leave meant leave.
Well, what does that
Didn't
mean?
matter.
But that's a meaningless statement, Stephen. Leave means leave. What does that mean?
We were leaving the EU institutions and leaving the European Union so we could take back control of our own destiny.
Take back control of our destiny. Well, what does that mean?
Yes. Well, that means basically that we can take back our laws, we're not paying big fees to EU. Yes, we would have to obviously do trade deals with other countries and whatever. The biggest problem...
Well, does that include the European Union?
Well, obviously we'd have to do a deal with them to actually leave.
Right, so if it would benefit us from being inside the customs union, for instance, would that be a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, if we benefited materially from that, or to be inside the single market, if we benefited from that, if we made money from that, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, we don't, because we're a net contributor to the EU.
Yes, but the money doesn't just go in one direction. You pay to be member of a club and you get benefits from being in that club. So if we paid, for instance, a £5, but we got £10 back from our membership, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
That would be good if we were in that situation.
Well, we are.
But we're not in that situation.
But no, we are, though.
We pay 20 billion in and get 10 billion back.
Yes, but but we don't own that. That's not the end of the flow of money, though, Stephen. As you must know, of course, the benefits of being inside the club don't just amount to how much money we pay for membership and how much money they give us back. The benefits accrue from being a part of this giant trading bloc.
Yes, but we could do the same deals or similar deals.
Do you think?
Other countries.
Really? And what in the last 2 years of negotiations makes you think that?
Because we could do that anyway. We
really?
used to do that years ago. We can still do it again.
Listen, over the last 2 years, this has been the easy part, Stephen. This is just negotiating our exit. This isn't even a trade deal yet. That's the difficult bits that's to come. They normally take 7 years to negotiate. What in the last 2 years makes you think that we could easily do that?
So why should we pay $39 billion?
This is the same argument that you've just given me. This is the same argument that you've just given me.
No. Yeah, but why should we pay $39 billion to get out of the EU?
Because they didn't just make this figure up. Because that is what we have already agreed to spend. This is an amount that we've already agreed to.
Right. Today on the news, you had I think it was one of the Irishmen, is Coveney, is it, or whatever? And the Southern Irish government now are panicking because they're wondering over, obviously, with the no-deal scenario about, obviously, there being no backstop deal. And he is actually turned round and said on the news that if there was a no-deal scenario, obviously, they would have to come and sort out some sort of scenario where there would be no border.
How are they going to do that?
Well, this is what he was saying. But he's saying exactly what the ERG have been saying, where you can do it through, obviously, outside the...
Yeah, magic technology that hasn't been invented yet.
Well... Yeah, but this is what the Irish are saying now. The Southern Irish government are saying, because they're panicking, because it'll affect them a hell of a lot more than what it affects us and Northern Ireland. Because Southern Ireland do most of the deals with us and most of their traders with us.
Yeah. Well, so to hell with them? Is that your position? Well, I don't know what you're saying. What you're saying, Stephen?
Them, but at the end of the day, the politicians need to sort it out, and
that's what they've been trying to do for 2 years. And you're telling me that it would be easy to negotiate more complicated trade deals when they can't even get this done in the space of 2 years?
Yeah, but it's the European Union that's stopping.
Oh, please. Yeah, they're trying to be as difficult as they can, and it's got nothing to do with us. And I can't even engage with that. It's just flat out silly. It's just something you read on Twitter. Or they're being evil and they're trying to make an example of us, and God, they're bending over backwards trying to give us what we want. It's just that we don't know what we want because we can't agree within our own parties. Our own government can't agree with itself what it wants. And they keep asking us, what do you want? And our answer is, well, we haven't decided yet. Can you give us that?
He's a great guy, and he's an honest guy.
Yes, Kim Jong-un. Tremendous person, really great guy. After they had that last meeting, Kim and little fat Donnie, Donald Trump tweeted that the nuclear problem with North Korea had been solved. Super Don to the rescue. He just makes this stuff up. Anything to get a cheap cheer. Chris says, how can we lecture other countries about democracy when we can't even carry out a simple democratic result in our own country? There's nothing simple about it. This is the most complicated thing that we have done outside of wartime. What are you talking about? Simple? Pete says, the original problem with Twitter was having few characters to make a point. Fine for those with a good vocabulary. Others used more direct skills. However, there is no excuse for abuse. And James says, now it's become obvious that Brexit is going to be a car crash. There's a trend developing of Brexiteers wanting to engage in debate. Problem is, there's no common ground between truth, facts and reality on one side and lies and misinformation on the other. It's not a discussion like, what's your favourite colour? So it will have to become an argument the moment a lie or misinformation is put forward as an opinion. Wow, that was very complicated, James. I'm not sure I'm qualified to understand it, but I think I know what you're talking about. I think I do. Andy says, please ban Brexiteers from your show. My head is getting sore from bashing it against the wall. I don't think I can do that. Because 98% of the calls that I get are people wanting to shout at me for being so stupid. For which I apologise. I apologise for my stupidity. I'm probably about to have to do so again to this next caller in Brixton. Hello, Richard.
Hi. Yeah, I've been listening. I've just been kind of really feeling sorry for you because you're failing to understand quite a few points, which I'd like to help you with. I don't know if I don't mean it in a bad way, but you know.
This is you not being insulting. I'd like to apologise for my stupidity.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I'm very apologetic. Yes, Richard.
I don't. Okay, so for example, there's one. I've been hearing all kinds of things going through. I mean, for example, you said we pay £5, they give us 10 back. What is wrong?
No, not they give us 10 back. We accrue £10 from having. It's an investment.
Yeah, but there's a problem in that the whole structure of it, the way it's working, the way it's turning out, is that we're paying £5, and then the £10 we're accruing is going all to the top 1%, and everybody else is getting nothing.
Oh well, that's our fault.
That's what. Well, I don't know.
That's got nothing to do with the EU, Richard.
Well, the thing is about it is that we're in the EU, and that's when it's happening. So we want to change and more power to be able to hold our MPs to account, so we can make sure they can't let it happen.
We already have that ability. That has nothing to do with the European Union.
No, well, I mean that's the way people feel. I mean, whether you agree with it, they have a right to vote.
Well, they can feel that ghosts exist, but that doesn't make it so.
Yeah, but the point is that they have a right to vote. Now, what democracy is about people having their own minds, their own opinions, and then they go and vote, and then you respect that, whether you like it or not, whether you think they're not intelligent enough, whether you think that they're not as informed enough, is irrelevant. What is relevant is that they have their minds, they have their vote, and they can use it. And then when they use it, it means something. And that's what I think you're not really getting to understand.
No, you don't see.
Democracy is.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Democracy is voting for an elected your elected leaders who then make the difficult decisions for you. What we have at the moment is whoever shouts the loudest.
No, but the point I'm making is that you guys are wanting a second vote, and I'm saying no.
I didn't say we want a second vote.
Okay, well, there are people who Ramon is saying
that. Well, is this guy a Ramona?
We should have a second referendum.
Is that guy a Ramona?
Well, he is now. No, but the thing is about it is that basically is that I think all these are important points that are being missed. That basically, as a person who's going to vote myself, I will vote. I don't want anybody telling me I'm not intelligent enough, I'm not informed enough. I'm putting. Well,
you might not want people to tell you that, but it depends on whether you're intelligent or informed as to whether somebody can say you're intelligent or informed. I mean, if you had an illness, Richard, would you go to an expert, or would you just ask the wisdom of crowds about how to cure yourself?
I will make a decision, and I will live with that decision.
No. You make a decision. You don't make a decision on your own health. You don't have a problem with your health and decide yourself about what to do with it. You go to a doctor.
No, I could decide not to go to a doctor, but that would be me living with my decision.
Okay, well that would be a stupid thing to do.
It doesn't matter. I still have a right to do that as a human being, and that's the point about democracy.
Yes, but that would not be a decision that would be worthy of respect, would it, Richard?
It doesn't matter if you don't respect me. The point is...
But it does. That's your whole point. You said that your opinion must be respected. The opinions of people who voted must be respected. That's your whole point.
Yeah, but when I say that, what I mean is that basically, you have to respect my decision.
Exactly, but what if your decision is not worthy of respect? What if you said, well, I have cancer, and I have decided that the way to cure my cancer is to watch television?
Yep, that's fine.
Well, that is not a decision that is worthy of respect, though, Richard.
Yeah, no, but but the point is, you still have to respect me as a human being anyway.
Well, I don't. If your decision to cure cancer is to watch television, I'm sorry, but that you've gone over the line of at which I lose respect.
No, the main point I was trying to make is that basically, you and I know that people vote for different reasons, and whatever it is, it must stand. It doesn't matter what you think, whether you think it's right, whether you think it's wrong, whether you're intelligent or not, or whether you think they're informed enough or not. The people have been constantly voting for leaders. They don't know what's going to happen in the future. Things happen after they voted for the person which they did not expect, and that's just the way things go. It's just part of democracy. I don't see what the big deal is. I don't know why people are saying, "Well, you didn't know."
Because the big deal is the mistake of asking us to decide on this complicated process in the first place, based on a lack of understanding on most of our parts. Almost nobody understood the ramifications of what it is that they were voting on. Almost nobody. And so the decisions that people made were based on no information of any kind. They were based on lies that they were being told by American billionaires, by billionaires who say that they are interested in the future of this country, who have since left this country so that they don't have to pay tax to support this country. Now, I don't respect those people's opinions. Neither do I respect the opinions of the Russian government that has tried to affect the referendum. And in what way they were successful, we don't know, because the government refuses to look into it, which you would have to assume means that they were successful, because if there was nothing to look into, then why would the government refuse to actually examine it? So they must know that something really bad has happened to our democracy, that another country and a state with evil on its mind has inserted itself into our the future of this country and made some effect on our decision. We don't know what, because the government won't tell us, which is alarming in and of itself. But to say that the decision that we made based on lies, propaganda and misdeeds by foreign actors should be respected is just ludicrous. Of course it shouldn't. The whole point of democracy is that you vote for somebody who's smarter than you are, whose job it is to collect information and to decide on the future of the country in our best interests, not to just give it over to people who make some binary decision about something that's vastly complex. That's not democracy. That's just a ridiculous way to run a country. That's just flat out stupid. And that's the position that we find ourselves in. We were at a crossroads we were at a Y junction. We could turn left and we could turn right. And we had no idea what was going to be at the end of the road. And some people said, "Oh, you've got to turn left because it's going to be fantastic. And it's going to be super, and it's going to be great, and there's going to be so much money. Oh, it'll be just tremendous if you turn left." And other people said, "Well, you better not turn left because it might not be that great. It'd be in your best interest to turn right." And so we all thought, "Well, I don't know, let's pick that one." And it was more or less a 50-50 because the result was more or less 50-50. I mean, if 100% of the people of eligible age went out to vote, it might not have actually turned out that way. In fact, it probably wouldn't. And it almost certainly wouldn't. We wouldn't have picked that route if we'd all decided now. But that's irrelevant. We chose to go down one path, and we rounded a corner, and the bridge was out. This seems to be the position that we find ourselves in now. All of the negative things that people said were going to happen actually came true. We went around a bush on the route that we chose, and there was a giant chasm, and the bridge was out. But because we made a decision back away, we apparently can't change our minds now. We must keep walking up over the edge of this bridge and falling into the chasm, unless we can fly now. It's just this notion that because we made a decision based on lies, that decision must be respected. Well, I'm sorry, I don't respect that decision. It doesn't make any sense to respect that decision. It's just flat out silly to even say it. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. There was some research about what's going to happen to the price of food if we leave with a no deal. Do you like food? Margaret says, where would we be without all you extremely clever, knowledgeable Remainers, especially your good self, telling us Brexit voters how ignorant and dumb we are for not understanding what we indeed voted for? So thank goodness we have you and the rest of the Ramonas ready to save us ill-informed dimwits from a fate worse than death. Well, you're welcome. Oh, come on, Margaret. Seriously, who are you kidding? I mean, before you voted, did you really give much contemplation to the Irish border? No. Did you give any contemplation to whether you wanted to be in the single market or not? And what that actually meant? Or the customs union? Or how long it might take to fashion trade deals that might equip us to trade with the world on something other than WTO rules, or what indeed WTO rules mean? Did you think about any of those things? Of course not. People were just fooled by a bunch of oily second-hand car salesmen to make a massive life decision that is apparent, that appears by all accounts, apart from the few fundamentalist ultras, to be not in our best interests. And now people like you, Margaret, are bristling because it has become apparent that you didn't think about all of those things. It's just loss of face, Margaret. That's why people are digging in and becoming so furious about this. It's because they know they didn't think about any of this stuff. Nobody did. Holy smoke, even the government was stunned at the realisation that there was going to be a giant problem at the border in Ireland. None of us thought about that. So, and when, you know, you get all uppity about people saying that you didn't know what you were voting for, to turn that into people like me calling you ignorant and dumb is just you bristling with the knowledge that you didn't think about any of these things. But it's not just you, Margaret. None of us did. You just got sucked in by people who told you that everything was going to be great. Just follow us. It'll be like World War II, when bombs were falling on the sky and you could leave your front door open and no one would nick anything. You know, the good old days. Please. It's just loss of face. That's what you're trying to... and what's really alarming is that people are so determined not to lose face that they actually don't care what happens to the country. The amount of times I've heard that. People say... I don't care. I don't care what happens to the country as long as we get out. Which to me sounds treasonous. How can you not care about what happens to your country? Or what happens to you? Listen to this. There's a potential £9 billion food price shock from a no-deal Brexit, which will be fine as long as you don't like food. With just over a month until the Brexit deadline, the Department for International Trade is expected on Monday to publish a list of new import taxes or tariffs that will apply to 5,200 products, including food and clothing, should the UK crash out of the EU without a deal. But, you know, the expert Jacob Rees-Mogg has already said that clothes and food will be much cheaper when we're out of the EU. So I expect this is all fear, Project Fear, and we've got nothing to worry about. Nearly a third of the food that we eat in this country comes from the EU. And, of course, we're out of season at the moment for much of what we eat. So, at the moment, 90% of lettuces, 80% of tomatoes, and 70% of soft fruit sourced from or via the EU. And you might think that you don't care because you don't eat all that vegetable and fruit rubbish. Well, you should know that processed foods attract higher duties than raw materials, and that means that all that stuff that comes in boxes with instructions on the outside, you know, ping food, the good stuff, that comes with higher duties. In 2017, the UK bought about £34 billion worth of groceries from the EU. No customs duties on any of it. But if we leave the EU without a deal, we'll fall back on World Trade Organization's most favoured nation tariffs. which means they must pay import duties on each other's trades. And on that case, if we import the same amount as we did in 2017, which seems likely, unless we're going on a diet, it'll be £9.3 billion in tariffs on top of the cost. That is according to Retail Economics, the market-leading retail analysts. Still, they're just experts in possession of facts, so what do they know? William Bain, a policy advisor at the British Retail Consortium, which is the trade association for all UK retailers, said the worst-case scenario is most favoured nation tariff rates for everything, as in WTO. And this is just more experts than their so-called facts, so we can just dismiss them outright. The imposition of WTO tariffs on beef sourced from the EU could increase the price by anywhere between 5 and 29%. Tomato prices could rise between 9 and 18%, cheddar by 6 and 32%. Beef, tomatoes and cheddar. Well, that's pizza, that is. But what about zero tariffs, if we just mark everything at zero? Well, yeah, there has been reports that Britain was considering a zero tariff regime in a no-deal situation. But Michael Gove, the Environment Secretary, told the National Farmers Union that would not be the case. And if tariffs stoke food price inflation, guess who it's going to hit the hardest? Those who can afford it the least, the poorest. Because they spend a bigger percentage of their income on food. As usual, it's the poor that are going to suffer the most. But, as they are more likely to have voted for Brexit, I'd say that's what you call poetic justice, if I was being really mean. We'll be hungry and even poorer, but at least we'll have our country back, whatever that means. Let's have a call in Dymchurch. Hello, James.
Hi, Nick. You having a good night?
I'm very good night.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Well, firstly, I wanted to say, when I voted Brexit, but I never expected it to actually come through. I thought we were definitely going to vote as a country to stay in, and I was ready for it. I said to my wife at the time, when this so happens, if we vote to remain, that's it. I'm as good as a European citizen, and I was prepared for it. But
if we voted to remain, nothing would have changed.
Well, yeah, but the way.
What did you have to prepare yourself for?
Well, no, but I was just sort of like, I've always sort of been a little bit more of, I suppose you call me, I suppose, a little Englander, I suppose. But I thought once this vote happens, if we say we're remaining in the EU, I was like, well, that's it then. We'll never get a vote like that again. It will never happen. So I was prepared. I was ready to accept the decision. But it's just like, on the other side of the argument, it seems like no one's prepared to accept it. But that put aside, because I think that's just a fact. I wanted to ask, because
which bits are fact?
That the people who wanted to remain are not prepared to accept it. That's why.
Well, it depends what you mean by it, because there's all sorts of remains and there's all sorts of leaves. Well, there's only one remain, but there's all sorts of leaves.
Well, from my circle of friends and what I see on the media, the general impression that I get is that they're not happy with it all. They want us to reverse the decision. They say things like it was an advisory vote.
Yeah, well, you won't hear that from me. We had a vote, and people thought that they were voting for where we were going. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in Nigel we trusted, I suppose. But anyway.
Yeah. How's that working out?
Yeah, but the other thing I wanted to ask, because I keep hearing these analogies. You used one yourself. You said this chasm that we're going to fall into, and they're falling off the cliff. But I want to know, what does that really mean? I mean, because using an analogy as strong as that, what we're saying, like our economy's just going to flatline overnight, or are we talking realistically?
Well, nobody's got timelines, but I can tell you what's happened already. If you're interested.
Yeah, please.
Well, the pound has gone down by practically 15%. So there's that.
Well, yeah, I agree that happened overnight, as soon as the result came in. But it's pretty much stayed pretty steady since.
15% lower than it was before.
True.
So if somebody came to your house and just took 15% of your stuff, would you be okay with that?
No, but then having said that, it's the value of the pound it only matters if you're buying stuff from abroad. So it makes your life more expensive.
Well, if you can find things that were made in this country by British people with British ingredients that weren't taken from anywhere else on Earth, then I would like to know what they are.
I'm looking around. I'm struggling, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Can you reach out and touch anything that was made in Britain by British people with ingredients that were only sourced from this country? Anything at all? Just one thing, James.
Maybe this tissue paper? I don't know.
Okay, I'll give you tissue paper. I've got no idea. My guess is that it would come from somewhere else, but I don't know. But okay, tissue paper. According to the chap at the Bank of England, we're losing £800 million a week through loss of research and development investment, through loss of hiring people in this country where the offices are being opened in other countries, where people are leaving, and instead of opening factories in this country, they're opening factories elsewhere.
But is that because we're leaving, or is it because of the uncertainty of it all? I mean, if a decision
well, it's the same thing.
At least we knew.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
There would be no uncertainty if we weren't leaving. So that's £800 million a week. And then there's assets worth nearly £800 billion have been moved from Britain to new financial hubs in the European Union. £800 billion. That's already.
Okay, so, yeah, but what... Okay, they can move 800 billion or a trillion or whatever, but what... I understand you're saying the moving of assets, but is that just like on the... that figure on the computer has been moved from a computer here to a computer over there? I mean, was the government gaining tax off of that, or was it just a savings account? Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, not really. If companies have moved £800 billion of assets, then that's £800 billion we don't have anymore. And that's already. The EY, the giant auditing firm, has been tracking the Brexit plans of 222 financial firms.
Yeah.
It said 80 were considering or have confirmed already relocating assets and staff. And it seems to be increasing by the day. So, I mean, that's just a couple of things. I have to go now because I'm past the news. But that's just a few things that have happened. The £800 million a week, £800 billion of assets that have been moved out of the country. I mean, the pound has gone down by 15%. And people are still asking, well, where's the damage? Well, apart from all of the damage, I mean, what more do you want me to tell you?
Wrong with this guy?
Paul says, I see lots of posts recently on Facebook. Facebook. Ugh, you're wasting your time, Paul. Please join me on Facebook and I'll tell you more. He says, I see lots of posts recently on Facebook saying WTO, no deal and out. Without trying to sound condescending, I'm more than sure they don't actually understand what that means, nor the ramifications of it. It's not condescending, Paul. It's just true. No, they don't. It's just something they've heard. It's just repeating a cute phrase like build that wall or lock her up. It's just call and response. It's like a pantomime. It actually is like a pantomime. Is this any way to run a country?
Dreadful.
Awful. Alison says, I agree, whoever shouts the loudest has the floor. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. And then she says, I'm a nutcase. I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm a nutcase.
0345 6060 973. Swansea. Hello, Steve. Stuart.
Hello.
Stuart.
I just want to say well done to Wales today.
What have they done?
They won the rugby against England.
Oh, rugby. What a great game.
Boring.
I just don't get it.
Oh.
Steroidal lunks running into each other. How is that a game?
Well, it's quite a well-groomed game. If you understood tactics and everything like that, you'd most probably be better off in Europe.
Tactics?
How do people
it's
around?
just not football is just such a better game, which is really odd because people who play rugby talk quite posh, whereas people who play football talk like, the lad's done great, and they don't seem to have a thought in their minds, but it's just such a better game.
So it doesn't matter about the game. What I was phoning up.
Well, you brought it up, mate.
I would just like to say.
Yes.
You stated that MPs are more intelligent than the average person here.
Correct.
You actually believe that?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
That the people who vote these people in aren't more intelligent, but they vote these people in to do the job they said they would do.
I believe that the people that are voted for by the people are more intelligent than the people that are doing the voting. Yes. And if they aren't, then that's our fault.
Well,
because we voted them in.
Very much so.
So if we vote stupid people in, then how stupid does that make us?
Extremely stupid.
There you go. Stupider, in fact.
At the moment, we are at a tipping point that there aren't enough great leaders in this country, no matter whether they're stupid or not.
Well, who do you want? Who's a great leader?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone is who is voted in.
Well, name one from the past.
Don't
say Churchill.
No,
That's too easy.
I got my mate here digging me in the ribs.
Yes.
Nigel Farage. But I think he ducked out as soon as he got his headlines, he ducked out.
Nigel Farage, great leader.
I'm a nutcase.
Okay, then.
He's actually laughing at that little soundbite you put in. And I think we've got to be careful of that, of the soundbites, of making people great 1 minute who actually can't follow through to what they want to do, because it's not feasible. Where we are with Brexit is a moving feast every day, and no one, Europe or Britain, is going to win from this, good or bad. Where we end up, I do not know.
Well, that's a bit depressing. Cheer up, mate. It might never oh no, that's right, it already has.
No. It could be a great thing. It could be an absolute brilliant best thing that ever happened.
That's true.
But it is so complex, you cannot put sound bites to it. And you have to, as a broadcaster, be very, very careful of the sound bites you put out. Because otherwise you'll end up on the side of a bus saying we are going to get £350 million a week, which was never feasible. And I think people actually should get sued. Whoever said that and came up with that figure.
Yeah, that bus should get crushed. But you try as you might, Stuart. You'll never find anybody that admits to having anything to do with that bus. Nobody does. Even the people that were pictured sitting on that bus claim that they don't have anything to do with that bus.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Because that bus set a lot of things in motion, which a lot of people, intelligent MPs, us or not, whoever, it set a lot of things in motion people did not realise, which were more complex than just a bus. And they should actually be held accountable.
Yeah.
So they dragged people along who voted people in who should have known better.
That bus disseminated misinformation. Let's get to the part where we dole out the punishment. I couldn't agree more. Stuart, I'm going to have to go. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Bill or Ricky, Dickie. Andrew.
Yes, hello, Nicky. I there are very close parallels to after the war, the Second World War. A lot of people...
There aren't any parallels to this being close to the Second World War. Name one.
No, I'm talking about the situation after the war, when we had even worse rationing than during the war.
Apparently.
And it made us extremely
thin,
imaginative.
Oh.
We started growing our own crops. in our gardens, and we mustn't underestimate the English. We people in England are extremely good when our backs are to the wall.
Andrew, you've got to be kidding me. We're going to go and dig for victory?
Why not? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And,
well, it'd be okay if you actually had a garden, but a lot of people live in flats. What are they going to do?
It's only going to be for a short time anyway.
How long?
And within a year.
Within a year, everything will be fine. Okay.
Well, the owner of... I was listening to the owner of Wetherspoons the other day, and, for example, the NHS, we all know...
Wait a minute, are you about to refer to something that you read off a beer mat in Wetherspoons?
No, I'm a very rare visitor to Wetherspoons. I go in there for a coffee sometimes. Right. I can have as many...
but why did you mention it, though? You mentioned it, and then you started down a road. It sounds like you're going to repeat something you read off a beer mat.
No, I was listening to what he said the other day. He said, it is just fear-mongering.
Okay. It's not fear-mongering if it's already happened. If our position is significantly worse than it was before, it's not fear-mongering if it's already happened, Andrew.
Nicky was talking about £1 trillion already leaving the country in assets. I can assure you that will be replaced with another £3 trillion.
Really? How can you assure me that? Because 800 billion, 0.8 of a trillion, has already left.
The smart money always finishes up here. The smart money always finishes.
Wow, that's just really. I can't hear anymore because that's just the dumbest thing I've heard on this show so far. Don't worry, everything's going to be all right. Because, we're British? Nothing bad will ever happen to us because we're British, damn it! Yeah, I read it on a beer mat in Wetherspoons. Oh, please. It's excruciating. I can't bear it anymore, Andrew. I'm going to turn you down, and I'm going to wish you all the best. Ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Alison says, I agree whoever shout... Oh, no, I read that. John says, look on the bright side. Oh, there is one. There will be no more poor as they'll starve to death. The obese will lose weight and foreigners will no longer want to come here. Well... while we're all concentrating on this nonsense, this self-inflicted wound, there is a giant... I've referred to this before, where we're rearranging grains of sand on the beach, while behind us a giant tsunami wave is about to overwhelm us, about which we're doing nothing at all. I'm not even talking about global warming, which is another thing that is... that's just going to happen to us, whatever. I mean, whatever is going to befall us from climate change will probably be the worst of all expected possibilities, because we will do absolutely nothing whatsoever in order to mitigate those the worst effects of that at all. We'll say we will, but not really. Not enough to actually effect a change, because that would involve changing our lifestyles, and nobody wants to do that. It's called short-termism, baby. It's actually called being the human race is the developmental age of a 3-month-old. We want everything, we want it now. But artificial intelligence is about to change our lives completely. I mean, how much has your life changed because of the internet? Which is as nothing compared to what's about to happen. I mentioned this before as well. I can't remember who it was, but somebody asked business chiefs in many different countries what they were doing about the change that is going to be affected by artificial intelligence, and whether they thought it was going to be as serious and significant. And I don't have the figures in front of me, but more or less, people in this country, business leaders in this country, just shrug their shoulders and go, well, I don't know, nothing much. I'm not really that bothered. People in China are freaking out, by which I mean spending billions and billions and billions of pounds, which means that China's going to win.
Affirmative.
And we're going to lose. I mean, by all accounts, people, experts in possession of facts, are saying that something between 30 and 50% of all jobs are going to be automated by robots.
Correct.
And are we doing anything about that in any way, shape or form?
No.
No, of course not. We're just crossing our fingers and pretending it does, or right, not even crossing our fingers. We're sticking our fingers in our ears and pretending it's not going to happen, humming loudly to ourselves. If we can't hear it, it won't affect us. and we're busy trying to make ourselves poorer in order to get our country back, which is just one of those slogans, those 3-word slogans that work really, really well. They work tremendously well, like build that wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Which the ancient orange in the White House has now changed to finish that wall, because he's pretending he's actually built it. Lock her up. Make America great again. Okay, so that's 4, but that's about the limit of people's understanding and ability to comprehend. Give them 4 words, preferably 1-syllable words that they can just memorize and repeat, and people use it as a deflector shield. It doesn't matter how much information you give people; they just throw the same phrase back at you. You hear this in morons shouting at people shouting at each other in car parks. I mean, you've seen morons in car parks shouting at each other. Oh, what you want to do that for? You know, those people. That's exactly what happens. They sort of, you know, those little robots that sweep your floor. Well, I don't have one, but you know what I'm talking about. And they bounce off walls and then go in an opposite direction. They get stuck in corners and they can't find their way out. That's kind of what people sometimes are like. And you'll try to explain something to them and they'll say, oh, it's my right, I can do what I want. You know, those people, they just throw that phrase back constantly because their mind is frozen. Because they don't want to take on any new information. And so they just repeat the slogan back at you. And you might as well argue with a wall. It's impossible. And that appears to be where we are at the moment. I mean, I've given people information. People called up already and said, what information have you got? Prove that we are doing worse because of our glorious exit from the clutches of our evil European overlords. And the Bank of England, the chief, I can't remember what his title is, but the chief man of numbers said it's £800 million a week we've lost. EY, the giant, one of the biggest auditing firms in the world, say assets worth nearly £800 billion have been moved from Britain. They say about a third of firms have moved either a part of their business abroad or already planning to do so. You know, and on and on and on. The pound has lost practically between 10 and 15% of its value. But none of these things they take on board at all. They'll just say, "Oh yeah, but we're going to get our country back," and it's like this deflector shield of ignorance. There's no other way of putting it. Nobody's remotely interested in facts anymore. We're all about feelings now, baby. Nobody's interested in numbers or figures or statistics or science even. It's just, how do you feel?
Groovy.
I feel great.
Yowza.
How about you? Mick says Mark Zuckerberg is artificial intelligence, but is quite human-like. He just needs a few adjustments and you wouldn't even notice.
Affirmative.
Bill says we could make Limeswold cheese again, or print British passports in Britain. Well, I like cheese. Why can't we make Limeswold cheese now? Can we not make Limeswold cheese? Is it the EU's fault? I don't know what that means. Or print British passports in Britain. Yeah, well, we had the chance and we blew it. True blue British passports are going to be printed in the bloomin' EU. You believe that? And Kev says, if you want to hear a perfect summary of Brexit, then watch the latest episode of John Oliver's show Last Week Tonight. Although it's an American show, he did a piece on Brexit. It was quite brilliant and very scary. I did see that. John Oliver is good. I don't think he's as good as Bill Maher, who is very, very good indeed. And I commend his show to the House. Let's have a call in Walthamstow. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I'm one of those idiots who voted Leave, and
I'm one of those idiots who voted Remain.
Well, fair enough. And the reason I voted Leave is because everyone's got this crystal ball saying how bad it'll be if we leave the EU, but no one's got a crystal ball saying the worst scenario that would happen if we stayed in the EU and what will happen to the EU. Because, I mean...
Well, I don't think you're comparing like with like. When people like me say that we're losing £800 million a week and £800 billion has already left the country and the pound is worth 15% less, we're not comparing, we're not predicting what's going to happen in the future. We're telling you what's happened right now.
And yeah, but how bad... I mean, the thing is, if we remain, then like you say, then what we should do is we should actually take on the euro, get rid of the Bank of England.
But we weren't going to do either of those two things.
Yeah, but we would have done. I mean,
there's absolutely nothing to suggest that we would have done either of those two things.
There is.
No, there isn't. There's nothing to suggest we would have done either of those two things.
Oh, well, eventually...
No, there's no eventually about it. We've decided already we didn't want to join the euro, and there's absolutely no reason why we should dissolve the Bank of England. Why would we want to do that?
Well, why is it that Ireland... They actually rejected for the euro, and then they had 2 referendums on it before they ended up having it. And I think we would be in the same situation.
But we wouldn't, John. We've already decided we don't want that.
Yeah. You, at the moment, Nick, we've decided. But in the future...
in the future. So you have a crystal ball.
No, because you've seen how the EU have been bullying us at the moment.
No, it's not bullying. It's called negotiation. And they can't give us what we want because we can't tell them what we want. I mean, you might as well say, well, if we stay in the EU, I mean, we might all get killed in a nuclear explosion. Well, that's true. This entire country may burst into flames by spontaneous combustion. That's also true. It might happen. Nothing that you're telling me, John, is actually likely to happen if we remained. But we're not going to remain. We're leaving, so don't worry about it. We're not going to join the EU, the euro, and they're not going to dissolve the Bank of England. Why would they do that? I'm running out of time, so I've got to go. Hopefully that has answered your query. Herne Bay. Richard.
Yeah, it's just regarding the Irish hard border potential. Why can't we go as much as he's a nutter, Donald Trump style, and sit there and say, we don't want a hard border, we're leaving the EU?
Yeah, but by leaving the EU, we are insisting that there are differences between us and the European Union as regards tariffs, because otherwise, I mean, that's a major part of leaving, so that we can negotiate trade deals with other countries. So you can't have it both ways.
No, but who's instigating that? If we're happy,
we are by leaving.
No.
Yes, we are by leaving. You can't have a border that doesn't exist between a trade bloc and an outside country.
The Irish don't want a hard border.
Right, and we don't either, apparently.
And neither do we. So therefore, if a hard border comes in, why is there a problem? Why can the UK not sit there and say, we don't want it, the Irish don't want it, therefore, EU, you do something, instead of us having to negotiate on something that our people have voted on?
Yes, but Richard, we are insisting on there being some sort of border because we're leaving. It's not them that have caused this problem, it's us. But anyway, if you haven't figured that out yet, I can't help you. I hate to leave on that note, but look at this. I've run out of time.